If somebody is an absolutely awful partner to you, does that make it fair game to ruin their career aspirations? We'll get to that in a bit, but first, how I got back at my brother for burning my prom shoes. Before my parents got married, they agreed to have just one child. When they had me, they were so sure I was the only one. But no thanks to the absence of a 100% foolproof birth control method, my mom got pregnant with my baby brother. On my 5th birthday, my mom had him. I remember spending my birthday morning at the hospital, my dad walking in and out, trying to get different stuff for my mom, and staying with her through the labor. The first thing my grandma said to me that morning was, "Honey, it's your birthday." I was outside waiting with my grandma, wondering what the fuss was all about and where my birthday cake was. When my grandma and I were finally allowed to see my mom, she was holding my baby brother in her arms. I was happy to see him. I finally had a sibling to play with. But my young self didn't understand why my mom didn't wish me a happy birthday. That night, I burst out crying when my grandma announced that it was time to go to bed. My parents paid me no attention, but my grandma did. She asked me what was wrong, and in tears, I told her that no one got me cake. She hugged me and called my parents' attention to it. They apologized, and my dad hugged me. My mom was too tired and was lying on her bed. She waved over to me to her bedside, and I hugged her while she lay down. It's a blessing. To find siblings who share the same birthday is such a rare occurrence, my grandma kept saying in amazement. My dad patted me on the back and promised we were going to have lots of fun the next year. "We'll have a double party," he said excitedly. In the months after that, everyone, my parents and grandmother, transferred the love that they had for me to my brother. He got their total devotion, attention, and affection. It didn't help that he cried ever so often. As my brother and I grew, however, it became more glaring that the excessive love and adoration everyone showed him was not going to end because he had grown. My brother became a little selfish rascal, caring only about himself, throwing tantrums if he didn't get his way, and trying to manipulate everyone into doing things for him. My parents made me tolerate his selfish and entitled behavior even when I was sick of it. They would let him touch my stuff and make toys out of them. It was frustrating. I would warn him sternly to stop and he would cry, yell, and kick. Then my parents would be mad at me for chiding him. "He's only a child. Can you please give him some allowance?" my mom would ask. My dad was not so patient. He would threaten to punish me if I didn't let him have his way. I could never just eat my food in peace. My brother would cry for a piece of my food, and he would even cry to get a piece of my lipstick whenever I was wearing them too. What pissed me off was how my parents never cautioned him. They just expected me to understand because he was just a baby, even when he was no longer a baby. My mom used to promise that my brother's bad behavior was just him being a child, and that he would learn to behave as he grew, but she was wrong. He didn't get better with age. It just became less cute when he threw tantrums. I still don't know if my parents just loved him way more than they loved me, or if they'd already gone too far and letting him have his way and didn't know how to go back. They were extremely protective of him, even when he was wrong, especially my mom. He could do no wrong in her eyes. Once, he soiled my mom's friend with soup. She had come over to our house for lunch one Sunday evening, and he started one of his tantrums as usual. She warned him to stop, and he poured his onion soup all over her dress. She felt so disrespected that she left. My mom's pleas for her to stay fell on deaf ears. My mom created no consequences for my brother's behavior. She yelled at him when her friend left her house and angrily left for her room. That was it. Years later, my grandma died and I was very hurt. She was the only one who had my back in the house. My brother may have been her favorite, but she treated me nicely too. She would comfort me whenever my brother annoyed me and was being supported by my parents. Things went downhill after my grandma died too. My dad and my mom started having issues and our home was no longer as it used to be. My parents barely even spoke to each other, even though they never fought or argued in front of us kids. They were separated even though we all lived together. I knew this because my dad moved his things into the guest room. Since my parents were avoiding each other, they hardly had conversations about my brother's behavior. They sort of overcompensated for their separation by letting us kids do our thing. They let me go out with my boyfriend and stay past my curfew. My mom was less interested in the color of my hair, never mind the fact that I dyed it red, just to get any kind of reaction from my parents. My dad acted like he didn't see my hair, and my mom just said, "That color is unacceptable in this house," and never followed up on it. Usually she would make me cut it or change the color. My parents also stopped caring about my brother eating too many snacks. They even filled the fridge up with more snacks for him. My dad left the house eventually since my mom could no longer handle him living with us and not speaking to her. He wanted a divorce, but she did not, and they wanted to see if they could work something out. Things didn't work out, so my mom decided that it would be best if he moved out. Things became worse after my dad left home. My brother became worse. He would do silly things like write all over my notebooks. He was old enough to know that he was in the wrong, but he would do it anyway. My mom, as usual, would not wade in each time I reported him to her. Everyone said he was young and that was the reason for his behavior. People expect children to be naughty sometimes, but he soon became a monster in the house. And that was because my mom enforced no consequences for his actions. She even got him a puppy on our birthday. He'd been pining for a dog, and my mom said no, but she eventually gave in and got him one. One day, my dad came home and took us both, my brother and I, to the mall to shop for clothes. I was to get accessories like shoes and jewelry for my prom, and my brother needed new clothes. I couldn't find the earrings that would match the hairstyle I had planned, so my dad and I kept looking, to the irritation of my brother, who complained that his legs hurt from standing. My dad told him to go over to the sofa and sit, but he refused. I reiterated what Dad said, and he spit in my face. My dad was shocked. My dad had had enough of my brother, so he yelled at him to keep quiet and go sit on the sofa. My brother, seeing that my dad would not indulge him as my mom does, went to sit on the sofa while I kept trying on new earrings. As my dad drove us home, he gave my brother a thorough tongue lashing. "You're no longer a child, you're growing into a young man, and you should learn to behave yourself." My brother pouted and ignored my dad's chiding. He then pulled out his headset and wore them. My dad angrily stomped over and ordered him to take them off, but he refused. Frustrated, my dad started the ignition again and drove us back home. When we got home, my dad asked to speak to my mom privately, and my brother and I excused them. I knew my dad was going to talk to my mom about my brother's behavior. My dad had joined in indulging his vices when he lived with us, but I'm sure he thought my brother would grow out of his selfish and rude behavior. Not long after my brother and I excused my parents and we heard my mom yelling at my dad, I rushed downstairs and saw my dad making to leave. "How dare you tell me how to raise my kids when you're the one who walked out on us?" She was upset for the rest of that day, and even my brother behaved himself. I tried to talk to my dad the next day, but he screamed at me and called me stupid. My mom heard him and immediately came over to his room. She took his game pads. She announced that he was no longer allowed TV privileges and all other privileges. He started to cry and kick as usual, but my mom ignored him. "You must apologize to your sister. Until you apologize to her, you're grounded." I knew whatever my dad said to my mom had gotten to her, and she was trying to set my brother straight. I knew my brother was going to throw a tantrum. I expected it to be something like throwing his dinner away like he always does, or cutting his hair, but he didn't do any of that. I went out to my best friends to discuss prom preparations, and when I returned, I perceived a burning smell from the kitchen. I went into the kitchen and saw my brother from the kitchen window. He had guilt written all over his face. I called my mom, who was reading a book in the living room, immediately because I knew something was wrong. I had perceived the smell of something burning and saw him looking guilty, so I knew he'd burnt something. When my mom and I rushed out to the backyard, we saw that my brother had burnt the shoes my dad and I got for prom. My mom rushed to the tap in the backyard, scooped and poured water all over the shoes, dousing the fire. It wasn't completely burnt, but the silver had blackened and it looked horrible. I cried uncontrollably that day. My mom was pissed. She called my dad to come and get him, but he refused. He was still upset about what had happened the last time they spoke. My frustrated mom sent him to his room and kept apologizing to me. "We'll get you a new pair," she promised. I loved those shoes, and not being able to wear them because my brother had burnt them made me very angry. I decided I was going to get back at him. I thought about burning his game pads, but I figured my mom could buy him another one. Yes, she was mad at him for burning my shoes, but I knew how she could be. She'll forget about it in no time, passing a message to the brother that he can mess with me anytime. I wasn't going to allow that. That weekend, my mom took me to the mall and I got another silver pair of shoes. It wasn't as pretty as the last ones, but they looked just as great and I knew they would look marvelous with my dress. Interestingly, when we got home, my mom took the shoes to her room in fear that my brother would damage them again. She didn't say why she was keeping it for me, but we both know why. She could no longer handle my brother. He had gotten out of hand. I was on my way to my room when my brother's cute dog ran up to me. I rubbed his back, petted him, and thought, if only you could talk. If the dog could talk, he could perhaps talk to my brother about his horrible behavior. At that point, the dog was the only one my brother even paid attention to. That was when it came to my mind that there was no better way to hurt my brother than through his dog. I went over to my best friend's house and told her that we wanted to give up our dog. She was so excited. She wanted to have him, but her mom wasn't having it. They already had 2 huge dogs in their house. Her boyfriend helped us set up an online profile to see anyone willing to adopt the dog. I had a picture of the dog in my cell, so I sent it to him. We put up the dog's picture, and people loved him and declared their interest. I had to find a nice family for the dog, so I spoke to 2 people. A man who wanted the dog for his preteen daughter, a single lady who had another dog, and a couple looking to adopt one. I picked the couple because they seemed nice and they were also closer in proximity and were planning to leave town. Some days later, my best friend, to whom I'd eventually revealed my plan to, skipped school with me and went to my house. It was the perfect time since everyone was out of the house. We took the dog and went off to meet the couple at a coffee shop. The woman was very excited to meet the dog and he was friendly toward her too. We talked and my best friend and I went back to school. It was hard for me since I loved the dog too. I even cried a bit, but at the time I firmly believed I was doing something right. The night was hard for my brother. He sat outside waiting for his dog to return home. When I told him what I did, he tried to attack me, but my mom stepped in. My mom made me find the couple and she asked for the dog back, telling them what I had done. They did bring the dog back, but it took a while. Do I regret doing that? No. Maybe if we never got the dog back, I would have, but I did teach my brother that other people can be just as mean as he was. He sobered up since then, and my mom stopped tolerating his bad attitude. I ended my girlfriend's career as a chef before it even began. I didn't think I could ever love again, not after what my ex-fiance did to me. Luckily, I moved on from it and have opened my mind to loving someone else again. My ex and I met for the first time at my best friend's wedding rehearsal. She was the bridesmaid and I was the best man. It was only natural that we tried to see if something would come out of our relationship. The bridesmaid and the best man getting together was quite the cliche, but we hardly spoke all through the wedding. The few times we talked, she barked orders at me. While we were preparing for the wedding, my ex earned a reputation as the crazy wedding planner. Some others called her Perfection Lady as she was very uptight and wanted everything to go as she had planned. Not a single detail out of place. She catered for the event and was the bridesmaid at the same time. Despite not being the wedding planner, she did more planning than the event planner. The event planner was the one who was mostly irritated by her. Despite her uptightness and constant barking at others, I couldn't help but notice how beautiful she was. She had a pretty face, her eyes were gorgeous, and she looked small for someone who was so bossy. I tried, but I just could not get to talk to her at all through the wedding rehearsal and the actual wedding. But I couldn't even get her to dance. She was all over the place, trying to make sure everyone ate and that they liked the food, that the other bridesmaids looked good, and that the pictures came out right. She just never caught a break. I don't think she truly enjoyed the wedding. I could not get her out of my mind, so I asked my best friend about her. It turns out she lived in a different state. Closer though, and worked in a big restaurant as a sous chef there. Her parents lived in the state I lived in, where the wedding took place, so she came around very often. I stepped back when my friend told me that she didn't even live in the same state as me, but I was drawn to her, and since I couldn't let it go, I asked him about her again. He was surprised that I liked her, and I asked why. He said, "You've always liked taller women." I said, "That's right, man. I don't know, I just like this one." I asked my friend if he could set us up. They said, "She's not my friend, but my wife's, so I don't think I could do that." He, however, promised to talk to his wife about it. He got back to me days later, and she agreed to set me up on a date with her friend. Our first date went nicely. She revealed that she had noticed me at the wedding but was too swamped to say anything. I said, "You didn't exactly look like someone who liked me when you screamed at me at the top of your voice." She burst out laughing. "Your best man speech was getting too long and we needed time to do some other things." You were busy being the crazy planner lady," I said. She laughed and said, "Was that what you called me at the wedding?" I said, "That's what everyone called you." "Oh, please don't tell me you didn't know." They said, "I did not. I was too busy trying to make sure the wedding went well and you guys were too engrossed in making a joke out of it." I said, "It was a wedding, for the love of God. We were supposed to just have fun. You were trying to make a formal, serious event out of it." "Weddings are formal events," she pointed out. "No, they're not. I mean, yeah, maybe, but we gotta have fun at weddings too. We don't have to make it into some court proceeding." She rolled her eyes and looked away. "Well, mine won't just be a fun event." I said, "You don't want your guests having fun at your wedding?" She said, "I do, but not too much fun. I'll make sure everyone takes it seriously. It's supposed to be a solemn event, a solemnization of love." She paused. Am I being weird? Oh no, I know I'm being weird. I didn't think she was weird, but I did think she was a little too serious. I said, "No, I don't think you're weird," I responded. "Maybe intense, but certainly not weird." She said, "Intense?" I said, "I guess, but hey, that's one of the things that makes you who you are, and I like it." She said, "Who am I?" I said, "The crazy planner lady." We both laughed. We went on another date the next week when she came to visit her parents, and then we had another date the week after that. It soon became our thing. She came into town every weekend, and we hung out. During the week, we would text and call each other while looking forward to seeing each other at the end of the week. As weeks went by, she stopped coming to town to stay over with her parents. She would just come over to my house, and we would spend the entire weekend together. I started considering proposing to her. I knew she would make an excellent wife. She had all the qualities I wanted in someone I would want to spend the rest of my life with. After giving it much thought, I called her dad and asked for her hand, and he gave his blessings. I was already well acquainted with her family. They were sweet, loving people, and I genuinely could not wait to be a part of their family. On a Sunday afternoon, her parents invited me for lunch. My ex prepared the meals we ate, and after we were almost done eating, I got down on one knee and proposed to her before her family. I was happy that afternoon. We all were. Soon after she went back, I noticed that things weren't as good as they used to be with us. She went cold and distant, and each time I asked her about it, she would dismiss my feelings and tell me we were fine. I started to think it was because she was getting cold feet about us getting married. I knew she wanted the perfect wedding, so I suggested that we pushed back the date so we would have more time to plan. She thought it was a good idea too. Things improved between us after this, so I thought I'd solved the problem and we moved past it. Shortly after that, she decided to quit her job at the fancy restaurant she worked in. Her parents tried to convince her to wait until after our wedding, but she refused. She told me she was no longer comfortable with the distance and wanted to move to the town her parents and I lived in. She also wanted to start her private catering business. It was all she's wanted to do, to own her kitchen and be in charge, her mother said to me when we talked about it. I supported her decision and encouraged her to go after what she wanted. She moved back to town to live with her parents. I tried to get her to move in with me, but she refused. It made little difference to me since she was almost always in my house anyway. It was a difficult period for my girlfriend, and it sort of affected our relationship. She wasn't getting catering jobs. She'd quit her job for 3 months and had just one job, and even that job was a gift of sorts from her uncle. He paid her to provide desserts for a little party he had. She wasn't happy, and naturally, it affected me and even her relationship with her family members. Luck seemed to smile on us when the uncle who had paid her to provide desserts found her a job. A famous attorney had died, and his widow was putting a funeral together. My ex's uncle had told the family that he knew a fantastic chef who would be available on short notice. The family agreed to hire my ex. She was super excited when her uncle called to inform her. She was in my house at the time and asked if she could use the kitchen. She'd been on bad terms with her mother just shortly after she moved and didn't want her mother breathing down her neck and telling her to quit her job to do her own thing was a bad idea. "Sure, honey," I said. "Happy to be able to help." I'm open to helping if you'll need help, I offered too. I may not be a good cook, but I'm great at helping. My sister, who's 12 years older than me, is a chef. When she lived with my parents, I used to help her out all the time. That's very sweet, my ex said, kissing me on my cheek. I can't afford to pay someone to help me, so this is a big deal, really. I said, oh, that's fine. You don't have to pay me in cash. You can always pay me in kind. She swatted playfully at my head and kissed me again. That next afternoon, she was at my house with some of the things she needed for the job. I noticed her countenance was different. Something was wrong, but I didn't ask. I just chalked it up to her usual rigmarole with her dad and mom, especially her mom. I need to tell you something, she suddenly announced. What's that? She then confessed that she went out with her ex after she left my house the night before. Why? I asked quietly. She said, I was just too happy about the job. So you went to him to celebrate? No, we just had a drink. Why? I asked again. I don't know, I just needed someone who understands how much I've always wanted this. I said, and am I not that person? She said, no, it's not that. It's just that we've been together for so long. He understands. I said, listen, I don't want to talk about this again. It was just a drink. She nodded affirmatively. I said, this can't happen again. It won't, she said. She tried to hug me, but I moved away. My ex and I soon got to work, setting the kitchen equipment in place. When we were done, she picked up her purse and left to get some ingredients at the supermarket just around the corner. It wasn't until she left that I remembered that we needed toilet paper for the bathroom. I called her and heard her cell ring from the kitchen. I went over and picked it up. I never felt guilty about snooping that day. It felt right at the time. She had, after all, gone out with her ex. She got great news, and the person she invited to break the news to was her ex. I was concerned, and rightfully so, because that was someone I was going to marry. I checked her messages and saw one from her mother chiding her for not telling them that she would spend the night at my house. She left my house that night and went out for drinks with her ex. I wondered why she stayed out so late that her mother assumed she was with me. What if she spent the night at her ex's? I tried to banish the thought from my mind, but it kept coming up. I kept checking through her text messages and found nothing, so I checked her voice messages and saw one from an unknown number. With shaky breaths, I listened to her ex thank her for spending the night. I know you might be nursing feelings of guilt and regrets, but I don't feel bad about what happened. I'd like to see us again if you want to. Every word he uttered pricked me like a needle. I took my car keys and drove out to the park. It was always where I went to clear my head, and it wasn't far from my house. It wasn't the first time I was cheated on, so I knew how to handle that. I had since made peace with the fact that anyone could just cheat. It happens. What I didn't understand was why she lied to me about just going out for drinks when she went over to his house, and most likely hooked up with him. I called my best friend, the one whom we had met at his wedding, to tell him about what had happened. But before I could even tell him about it, he casually mentioned that he saw my ex when he went out with his other friends for dinner the night before. I was shocked. Did she see you? I asked, trying to contain my anger. He said, yeah, we said hello. It dawned on me then that my ex only made that confession because my best friend saw her. I returned home with a revenge plan. She had already started with the cooking when I got to my house. I silently helped her while she cooked. She noticed the coldness, I'm sure, but must have just dismissed it and named her confession as the reason. She made pasta and cheese. My ex is an excellent cook, so it tasted very good. She had some to taste before the water dried up, and I had some too. When she left the kitchen for the bathroom, I pulled out a salt pack from the kitchen cabinet, emptied it into the pasta, and added a little water. As soon as she was done with the cooking, I helped her pack them, and her brother came over to take her to the funeral venue. When she left, I cried my eyes out. I couldn't believe what she had done to me. I couldn't even tell my best friend about it. She came to my house that evening and we had a huge fight. She knew I did it because she had tasted it before leaving for the bathroom. The guests couldn't eat the food. It was terrible, and her uncle was devastated. She left there in shame without her balance. When she confronted me, I told her what I'd found out too. She cried and I cried too. We decided to forgive each other and move past it, but things never returned to normal. I was ready to move past it, but my ex couldn't bring herself to forgive me. I'd ruined her career in that town. One day, she sent a message informing me that she was leaving town. I tried to contact her after that, but she never responded. That was the last time she spoke to me. Does anybody else feel like OP maybe dodged a bullet there, considering they were able to just convince themselves to look past it and give them another chance? If somebody not only cheated, but went around behind your back so blatantly, should you just leave that relationship be and not give it another chance? Even if in every other measurable way you seem perfect for each other? I'd like to know what you guys think. Boyfriend broke up with me, so I ratted on him to the police. I can say for a fact that the phenomenon where people do some really crazy things for love is accurate and true. I used to be one of those people who thought there are some lines a normal person wouldn't cross for the person they're in love with. I believe that a person in love would keep an adequate amount of sanity to be able to tell right from wrong whenever the time arises. How wrong I was. I did some really crazy things for my ex-boyfriend. Things that put a strain on the relationship I had with some of the members of my family. It was as though I was blindfolded throughout the time we were dating, and when he finally decided to dump me, the veil was finally lifted, and I realized that I'd been in an emotionally abusive and manipulative relationship, and I was able to do the right thing. The right thing means informing the police about his small drug peddling operation. But let's start at the beginning. It all started a few years ago, on the day I graduated from college. My roommates were all going for an after party at a beach house, and my best friend Alice insisted I should come. I would have preferred to have a quiet evening reading a novel or taking a bubble bath, celebrating with a glass of Chardonnay, but I had no choice. Alice literally dragged me to the party, and while I didn't like being in crowded spaces or extremely loud music, I tried my best to have some fun. Not for myself, but for my friends. It was graduation. I didn't want to go bumming anybody out. We had a few celebratory shots of tequila, and before I knew it, my friends had all split. Some were making out with strangers, others were playing beer pong. After a while, I decided that I'd had enough of the migraine-generating music and the nauseating smell of alcohol mixed with sweat and vomit. I stepped outside to clear my head and just get a breath of fresh air. I had to walk a few feet away before I could get away from the loud music. I sat close to the shores of the waters for a moment, just enjoying the sound of the waves crashing against the rocks. A few moments later, I saw two figures in the distance, talking in low murmurs. Now, my next move didn't make any sense because that kind of scenario was something I was supposed to be scared of. A girl sitting alone at the beach with two shadowy figures in the distance. Until now, I wonder if I didn't make this next move, it could have been a different story. Anyways, instead of me standing up to dust my pants and walking back into the house, I decided to walk up to them. When I got close enough, I recognized one of the guys, the shorter one. His name was Randall, and he was the frat boy throwing the party. When they noticed me walking toward them, they stopped talking and stared at me. My gaze turned from Randall to the other guy, which I didn't know at the moment. I couldn't see his face, but he had a really nice voice. I said hi to the guys and asked what they were doing out there. Randall was silent for a moment, then asked me who I was. I told him about the friend that invited me to the party, and Randall became quite chatty when he was sure I wasn't the police. The tall guy, on the other hand, was silent, but I could feel his eyes on me. A few minutes later, the guy decided to leave and he shook Randall. There was something weird about the way they shook. It was almost as if they were exchanging something. I eventually found out that I walked in on a drug trade. A few days later, I'd forgotten about the events of the beach house party. I went out to get a cup of coffee. I had just started an internship position in a small publishing company as the graphic designer, and as the intern, my main duty was to get coffee for the rest of the workers. I'd been waiting in line for what seemed like hours when I felt a tap on my shoulder. I turned around and I saw him. I didn't recognize him as Randall's friend at the time, but he was so handsome that I felt my irritation vanish, and I was ready to listen to whatever he had to say. He asked if I recognized him, and when I said no, he introduced himself as Joshua, Randall's friend. We chatted in the queue for a while, and when we got our coffee, we stood outside the cafe to continue our discussion. He was so charming, so funny that I was head over heels already. I didn't even know how that was possible, but it happened. Eventually, I checked my watch and realized that I was late already, and I had to leave. He collected my number and promised to text, which he did as soon as I got back to work. I didn't get much work done that day because we spent most of the time texting. That day, we decided to go see a movie together that Friday. We spent most of the time talking and we had to be repeatedly silenced by the other people in the cinema. He escorted me home and, against my better judgment, I invited him into my apartment and we went all the way, if you know what I mean. We continued to go on dates every Friday and we got to know each other pretty well. Or at least he got to know me. He told me about the physical abuse he'd suffered at the hands of his father and his addict mother, who was absent 90% of his childhood, and how he's working to try to put himself through college. But that was all. Whenever I asked him about what he did for a living, he usually clams up and changes the subject, or just tells a really obvious lie that I started to wonder if I was going out with a hired killer or an international spy. 6 weeks after we met at the cafe, Josh asked me to be his girlfriend, and I said yes. It was the most exciting thing that had happened to me in a long time, and I couldn't believe my luck, scoring someone as hot as him. Another few weeks later, though, everything started to spiral downwards. I came back from work one evening, and I saw Josh at my doorstep with a large suitcase. I was really surprised, and I asked him what was going on. He said he wanted to surprise me by moving in. Okay, that was a surprise, but not the type that I found pleasant. I'm a private person, and I loved my space. I felt like moving in was a huge decision I wasn't ready to jump into with a guy that I'd just met less than 3 months ago. Of course, this was my better judgment talking, but whenever Josh was around, I tend to kick the better judgment to the curb. I invited him into the house, and we had a, really good time. The next day, I decided to talk to him about how uncomfortable I felt about the arrangement. I tried to talk to him as gently as I could, but before I knew it, he was riled up, talking about how he wanted to show his love to me by moving closer so we could see each other every day. He even made a show of packing his belongings and storming off to the door. I had to hold him back and apologize. Eventually, he stayed. I made sure to cook him a special dinner when I got back from work that day. My way of apologizing for wanting to have a sensible discussion with my boyfriend. A few weeks later, I found out the truth about why he moved into my house. But before then, I noticed that Josh never once discussed work. But still, his phone rang at the odd hours of the night, and anytime it does that, he usually had to leave. Whenever I asked why, his reply was always, work. One day, I left an important sketch for a design I was working on at home, so I had to go back to get it. I couldn't call Josh because I'd left my phone charger also and my phone battery died. Well, I got home, put my keys in the door, turned it, and walked into the biggest shock of my life. Josh was seated in the living room with a bunch of rough-looking guys that I had never seen in my life. I was so scared that we were getting robbed, but then I saw the items on my living room table. It was weed. Lots of it, and a bag of whitish powder, which I later found out to be H. The guys were packing the drugs into smaller packs, obviously for distribution, and there was a large stack of money on the table, $10 bills stacked in bales. I was so speechless and I didn't know what to do. My first instinct was to call the police, but what do I even tell them? Josh rushed over from his seat over to me. He started to apologize to me, saying it wasn't what I thought. He explained that he was introduced to the job by his abusive father and that he'd been good at it ever since. He didn't have money for college and that was the only way he could make the money to make a better future for himself. He further said that I might have done worse if I were in his shoes and I was lucky to have the kind of upbringing I had. I don't know how he did it, but I actually felt sympathetic to him at the time. In my mind, I was thinking, maybe not all drug dealers are bad, you know? They all got into bad situations, and now they're trying to make a better way for themselves. I eventually decided to let him do his thing, but I told him not to do it in the house, which he agreed to at the time. But as the weeks went by, he started to make excuses to have his drug friends over, sometimes because he couldn't meet outside because of the police or because he was too tired. Eventually, he stopped asking for permission to have them over. I'd come home and meet these guys that looked like gang members on my couch, packing drugs. One time while they were talking, One of the guys thanked me for saving Josh's butt and taking him in after the police raided his place. I turned to him furious, but he pulled me into the kitchen and explained that he couldn't tell me the truth because he didn't want me to react the same way I was reacting. He sweet-talked his way into making me forgive him once again. Over the weeks, my parents came to visit. My snooping mom went through stuff in our bathroom, and she found his hiding spot for weed, something I wasn't able to find. She told me to break up with him at once and report him to the police. I couldn't do that. I loved him. When my dad decided that he was going to go to the police anyways, I threatened that if they did go to the police, I'll be going to jail with him because he was dealing right out of my house. They left my place and refused to talk to me for a long time. My relationship with Josh got so dysfunctional that one time Josh claimed that he was sick and he couldn't make a drug run, so I had to do it for him. I wanted to refuse, but anytime I refused to do anything, he would take me on a guilt trip about how I don't support his ambitions to go to college and how I can't sacrifice anything for him. I always wind up having to do what he wants every time. So why go through all that stress now? I gave the stuff to his buyer and collected the money. Then I went home to another greatest shock of my life. Josh was seated on the couch with another woman and they were kissing. In tears, I asked for an explanation. Turns out the girl, whose name was Keisha, was out of town for a while because of the police. She was also involved in the trade. Josh, on the other hand, saw me as an opportunity to avoid the cops while selling. Turns out that she was his girlfriend all this while, and he was only using my house for cuckooing. I was distraught. I just sat and watched in silence as he grabbed his stuff and the rest of his supply and left with Keisha. He didn't even have the decency to tell me formally that it was over between us. That meant he didn't even consider me to be his girlfriend in the first place. I stayed at home for a few days without taking a sick leave, and I just cried. I missed him a lot, and for a while I was still looking for reasons why I was at fault. Eventually, after a long talk with a therapist and some friends, I started to see how stupid I've been acting. I fell in love with a dealer, and I let him run my life for such a long time. I decided to put it all behind me, and for a while it worked. I was fine, happy. I'd even fixed the relationship between me and my parents. A few months later, I had just started a full-time position in the publishing company, and things were looking up. But one day, while I was out for my lunch break, I was driving past the cafe where I first saw Josh, and to my surprise, he walked out with Keisha. They got into his car and drove off. Instinctively, I followed them. I trailed behind them until they got to an apartment building in the other part of town. I walked in a few minutes after them and talked to the caretaker. I got their apartment number and went back to my car. I knew what I had to do. It's bad enough that I let a drug dealer roam free all this while. I couldn't see him again today and still let him go. I drove over to the police station without giving it a second thought, and I gave them all the necessary details for his arrest. I also agreed to testify anonymously against him in court. The police used the information I gave them to make the arrest, and he was eventually convicted and is currently doing time in jail. I tell myself that I did it to keep a criminal off the streets, but in truth, I just wanted to get back to Josh for playing me. I sent my future stepmom to the ER. I was 7 when my mother died, and for the past decade, my father's had a revolving door of affairs. From his coworker, who wouldn't stop calling me sport despite the fact that I'm the least athletic person I know, to my math teacher who put me in a month's worth of detention when my dad stopped answering her calls, and even our neighbor's wife at one point. I'm not even going to pretend like that wasn't the most painful one, because we literally had to pack up and move when the affair blew up in both of their faces. Not only did it cost me my friends that I'd known since we were in diapers, but it also meant that I lost my childhood crush, who just so happened to be my neighbor's daughter. So it's safe to say that my dad's love life has always come at a cost to my personal life. But I guess he's always made up for it by being a present dad regardless. The fact that I had access to his credit card was also a nice benefit, but you won't hear me acknowledge that anywhere. Anyways, his sisters, my aunts, were always of the opinion that my mom was so irreplaceable to my dad that he would do anything to try and chase the feeling of being with her. But he was adamant on proving them wrong, and so he proved his seriousness in each of his relationships the same way he expressed emotions with family. He bought them absurd things. Now, my dad's not the richest guy on the block, but I've never had to look at a phone bill and figure out how many hours worth of work would pay it. So yeah, I definitely recognize and embrace my privilege, but my dad has a knack for picking the worst type of women that wanted only one thing: more of his money. Thankfully, he's a smart guy, so he typically broke things off whenever they got too demanding, but he wasn't as smart as he always thought he was, because that's how I ended up in the situation of this revenge story. Shortly after I turned 17, my dad made the grand announcement that he was introducing me to his newest girlfriend, and that meant that she had hit the 3-month mark, so he was beginning to trust her enough. To be honest, when I first met her, I could easily see why my dad trusted her. She's an insurance manager, and my dad was her client before she left her old job. However, after a few meetings with her, I quickly caught on that she was using that scenario as source material to emotionally blackmail my dad. You know I would do anything for you, including losing my job. The first time she said that, or something of that variation, I swear my eyebrows touched my hairline. It was so there, so obvious. But my dad just smiled at her and kissed her knuckles, and that's when I knew she was going to be a headache. It started with the small stuff. He got her a pair of diamond earrings, and they magically fell off while they were vacationing in Peru. So of course, he got her another pair. And then she somehow got multiple job applications and multiple rejections, despite the fact that he gave her the money to restock her wardrobe and take courses for the roles. And then her flatmate changed the lease, left her in the dark and homeless, and she just had to move to our house while she sorted things out. But of course, it wasn't enough that she needed a place while she searched for her new place. Living with her convinced my dad that he was past the trauma from losing my mom, and he proposed to her. I had a panic attack the night he told me about their engagement, and I still can't explain it, but I think my mind and body understood that she was evil, but there was no valid reason to tell my dad about this without sounding like the brat who doesn't want his happiness, so I sucked it up. When she started making comments about my weight, about how skinny I am and how sad it is that I wasn't good enough for any of the varsity sports, I just smiled and kept it polite, reminding her that the same credit card that bought her a massive diamond ring would be okay with funding my tuition. And to be honest, I think that's when we both drew the battle line. She knew I was onto her, and I knew I could never accept her or allow her to take any more advantage of my dad if I could do anything about it. So I did everything I could. I convinced my dad that I was warming up to her, and I included myself in most of their activities, like vacations and shopping, which unsurprisingly they did a lot. Whenever she picked up pricey things, I made comments about the product or the company so that her still choosing it would appear as though she didn't care about my opinion. But she soon caught on to me and would meet my dad outside the house and force him to take her shopping or on a short trip. So I decided I would just have a conversation with my dad about it. While on one of her fake job searches, I told my dad we needed to talk, and I told him that I liked the fact that he was ready to settle down, but I wasn't sure he was doing it with the right person. He got very, very, very upset at me. He thought I was worried he wouldn't have any time left for me or that I would have to share an inheritance if they had kids together. But those were the farthest thing from my mind. I just wanted her out of his life. Unfortunately, he didn't see it that way, and when she got back from what I'm certain was brunch with her friends, he told her about how I was feeling silly and jealous. At the dinner table, where I also sat, I wanted to disappear so badly at that moment because I knew he had just put me on a dangerous radar, but he didn't know that. I caught the dark look she gave me, and I just steeled myself because I knew that crap was about to hit the fan. She plays a good threat game, I'll admit that at least, because it took well over a month after my dad spilled our private conversation for her to strike at me. But the way she did it threw all resemblance of fair game out the window, and I had to go nuclear as freak. It was weeks after Spillgate, and I was getting ready for my SATs that was about a month away. But it was my birthday, so I had my guard down and I had some of my friends over for a mini party. My dad wouldn't let me kick his fiancée out of the planning, so I agreed that she could handle what I thought would be the least volatile thing, since she would likely buy it straight from a store: dessert. I told her the caterers would handle my actual birthday cake, and she just needed to come up with a simple tray of dessert that would appeal to a bunch of teenagers. We had this conversation in front of my dad, so of course she pinched and patted my cheeks and said, "Sure thing, sweetie, I'll make sure your birthday party is perfect." Perfect for a funeral, more like. But I was having a lot of fun on my birthday when she brought out the tub of peppermint ice cream. I thought to myself, I was right. Of course it's store-bought, but I didn't give her enough credit because I had nearly finished my bowl of ice cream when one of my friends said, "I can taste some peanut, or is it peanut butter in this?" And my future stepmom said, "Oh yes, I had it specially included because it's his favorite thing in the world." Record freaking scratch. My dad was the first to speak up, mostly because I was starting to feel my throat closing in. And he said, "Favorite thing? No, he's allergic to it. It's the worst thing that can happen. He's severely allergic. What the heck?" And she had the nerve to actually look shocked while I gasped for air, and my eyes were watering terribly. The last thing I heard was, "I thought it was his favorite. I didn't know." And then everything went black. I woke up in the hospital 5 hours later, according to my dad, and the doctor told me I was being irresponsible with my EpiPen because my dad spent so much time looking for it, and that time made me go into anaphylactic shock. But I knew that was BS. My EpiPens, yes, plural, never left their spot for too long because I never took a risk with anything peanut butter related. One was always on my phone case, and the other was always in my backpack. I didn't need Sherlock Holmes to tell me that my evil stepmother had gotten rid of them. I already knew I had to get my revenge on her, but the next bit of information the doctor gave me confirmed I would have to try my hardest to end her life the way she wanted to end mine. Due to how long I spent without air, there were some complications during the treatment, and my heart rate was ridiculously slowed, something called arrhythmias. And I would have to spend a few days in the hospital so they could monitor my heart and find out if I'd need to have heart surgery and get a pacemaker to regulate my heart. And that's when it hit me. My SATs were weeks away. I couldn't be on bed rest for even a few days and still make it to the exam. There was so much left to cover, and my sheer nerves from the time away would affect any studying I'd already covered. I was screwed, and I knew it. And judging by my dad's expression, he knew it too. While my dad rambled on about how sorry he was and how sorry she was, and how I could take a gap year anyway and he would fund whatever I wanted to do in that period, I knew exactly what would make me feel better, so I started planning for it. But first, I focused on getting better. Luckily, the meds I got in the hospital kicked in and my heart got better, and I was ready to try and stop hers. Playing the role of the doting mom was easy for her since she'd been acting part of a doting girlfriend of my dad long enough. She checked on me in my room, and I told her I believed it was an honest mistake, and we all commit errors anyway. If only she knew the exact extent of errors I had in mind to commit. Being a gold-digging trophy wife comes with high physical fitness, so she typically started her day with coffee, black, and I knew what to do. A few weeks after I got out of the hospital and assured her, and my dad, that all was forgiven, I mixed some of her coffee with detergent powder and placed it nicely back in the pot. I waited for her to come down the stairs from their room and watched from the hallway as she started the pot, and when she saw that the cup had more bubbles than usual, she just raised her brows and shrugged. She took a massive gulp of the cup and looked even more confused, but she continued drinking it. I waited for her to leave for the gym before getting to my next phase. And then I waited for her to get back from the gym, knowing she was typically going to spend a solid 30 minutes in the bathroom. But my payback would have her out in less than 5 minutes. I'm not gonna lie, it felt like waiting for Santa on Christmas Day, and it definitely was just as rewarding. 10 minutes after she got into the room she shares with my dad, my future stepmom started screaming and ran down the stairs blindly, barely covering her body with a robe, as her face was visibly reddening and blistering. She made it halfway down the stairs before doubling over in pain and holding her stomach. My plan couldn't have been more perfect. While she'd been teasing me about not being athletic, she forgot that I spent my free time in the chemistry lab. And when I was home, I was sure to listen to every conversation she had on the phone with her phony friends. Her bath routine was shampoo soak first, then face wash, then body wash, then a million other things, but it was enough to help my plan. I got duplicates of her shampoo and face wash bottles and filled them with high concentrate hydrogen peroxide. Combined contact with her skin and scalp, plus the ridiculous amount of detergent she'd ingested, I knew just how much pain she was going to be in. So I ignored her as she shouted my name repeatedly, and when about 10 minutes had passed, about half the time it took for her to convince my dad to give up on searching for my EpiPen after practically poisoning me, I called 911 from the house phone and left it beside her crying head so she could get the ambulance for herself. And then I went to replace the actual bottles on her side of the bathroom before rinsing out the bleach on the shower floor. Then I opened the door for the ambulance and spent my afternoon on the piano. If I couldn't get into college, I might as well brush up on my music. I'm just impressed that OP could do this and get away with it. I mean, hide the evidence as much as you can, but there's some serious questions to be answered regarding what happened with the product that she was using. I'm just impressed for OP's sake that it didn't go further. Maybe it was the exchange back and forth, with her knowing that she tried to get rid of OP to begin with. Maybe they were afraid that if they tried to implicate OP, that they would only escalate further action. I slept with my ex-boyfriend's brother. Everyone knows I'm brutal. I'm a sweet girl, but if you cross me, I'll make sure you pay. My friends and family know that. The folks in my high school knew that. I don't play at all. However, I softened up very much when my boyfriend came into my life. My boyfriend and I met at a bank where he used to work. He asked discreetly for my number after we saw each other the third time, and I obliged him. The first time we met, I thought to myself, what a good-looking guy he was. He was tall, very handsome, and had the most gorgeous hair and teeth. When I spoke to him, I thought, wow, what a nice voice. His voice was deeply baritone. If the men from the romance novels I read as a teenager could speak, they would sound like him. I wished he would ask me out. I was a sucker for very cute guys. But not anymore though. Now I realize that a guy could look great on the outside, but be a beast inside. I'm a pretty woman myself, so I was confident about getting him to like me. I usually was at the bank because my boss sent me on errands, so the second time I showed up, I took extra time to look good because I knew I was going to see him. The third time, I looked just as yummy. He couldn't resist me this time, I could tell. So he asked if he could call me sometime. I smiled coyly and agreed. I already had my number written on a bright red piece of paper, so I just passed it along. Don't look at me like that. He called me on the evening of the same day, and we spoke. I was impressed by how well he was doing at such a young age. He also graduated from one of the universities of high reputation in the country. I didn't go to college, so it was a huge deal to me. I think not going to college contributed to why I let him get away with treating me badly for so long. I didn't go to college because I wasn't sure of what I wanted to study. I also couldn't afford to, so I chose to get a job instead. I soon got a job as an assistant for a high-profile woman, and it paid well, so I stuck to it. When my ex and I started officially dating, he would throw subtle jabs at me about not going to college. The passive aggression he showed at the beginning of our relationship should have given me pointers as to the kind of person he is, but I didn't listen to myself. Once, he said, "I bet you were one of those girls who peaked in high school and rejected all the nerdy guys, huh?" I could tell he was one of those loser geeks in high school who resented popular girls for not being with them. I said, yes, I was one of those girls. Were you one of the nerdy guys? I shot back. He backed off after that. I think a lot of people try to tell themselves that popular girls and guys in high school are automatically not going to do well after high school. My friends in high school who were just as popular and pretty were all seniors in college at that time. doing very well too, and one was well on her way to going to law school. I didn't go to college, but I was doing just as well. I had a great job that I loved. My boss treated me with so much respect. She paid me well and covered certain expenses like health. Because of my job, I met with many celebrities, top profile people, and public figures daily. Life was good. I should have known my ex was a bum because he lived with his mother, who's a retired banker. Their house was large, but it was still suspicious that he refused to leave. His older half-brother, whom he hates, also lived with them. He was a footballer, but my ex would grimace whenever his mother mentioned his brother's career. "Oh, you mean his fake football career?" he would say in a ridiculing tone. He told me that he and his brother argued and fought a lot as children. His brother used to pick on him and have his friends pick on him too. His mom also loved his brother more than she loves him, even though he was the one with good grades and was well behaved in school. All his brother did was play football and pretend to pursue a career in the same, while making his mother pay heavily for private football coaches. "She loved his dad but never loved mine," he would complain bitterly. He didn't like his brother. They clearly had no love for each other, so I stayed away from his brother. I hardly ever spoke to him whenever I saw him in their house, but I noticed how he checks me out whenever he saw me. Once, his brother saw me at the store, and I told him I was going to their house to see my ex, and he offered me a ride. It only made sense for him to do that since we were going to the same location anyway. My ex must have seen us drive in, because when I went to his room to see him, he refused to speak to me. I had to beg, and I even cried before he finally told me what I had done wrong. He was mad because I accepted a ride from his brother. I was puzzled. I said, "I know you don't like your brother, but it was just a ride." He said, "Well, I don't want you getting just a ride from him. You could have called a cab." I said nothing to him for the rest of the day, and he ignored me as well. Eventually, he apologized and revealed that his brother stole his ex-girlfriend in high school. I felt sorry for him, and we made up. I told him I understood his fears, but I wished that he wouldn't do that again. Well, he did. My ex was emotionally manipulative. I wasn't allowed to have male friends. He never expressly said it, but taking a call from my boss's gardener could make him very furious. I became quite terrified of his anger. Whenever he was mad, he would punch walls and curse at me. I had never met anyone who was that unstable. We could go from talking, laughing, and being cozy to him yelling at me and threatening to end our relationship. He told me many times that he was aware that he could do better than me and was only putting up with me. My insecurities kicked in, and I soon worried about losing him. He was a young, educated, very handsome, and successful young man. I didn't think I could do better than him, so I tolerated his bad attitude and controlling behavior. He didn't like any of my female friends and would complain about them being irresponsible. Even the one in college who would come to town sometimes and we would visit places together. He said something about her just being too loud and called her an alcoholic. He was just too overbearing. Still, I didn't leave him. Whenever I got tired of him wearing me out, he would do something nice out of the blue, and it was always done in public. He would buy me flowers and bring them to my boss's home office, and the other workers would squeal in delight. I would then think, "Oh, well, he's sweet after all," and stay with him. In our 7th month together, my boyfriend became a lot more overbearing. He started to wear me out about quitting my job. I could afford to see myself through school at the time, but I had no desire to go to college at the time. I didn't think it was necessary, and I didn't know what I would want to major in. I wanted to keep working for my boss so I could meet many people and build a clientele for when I start a career in makeup artistry later on in life. He wasn't listening to me though. "It doesn't matter what you want to do in life, you need a college degree. I want my children to know their mom is educated." While I was offended about his constant whining, I did feel kind of flattered that he wanted me to be the mother of his children. I promised that I would think about it. "Well, I don't want you to just think. I want you to say you'll do it. I don't want you to live like my brother. He spends all his time at the gym with no real career or job." "Are you saying my job's not a real job?" I asked, frowning. He said, "Well, it kinda isn't. You're only an assistant. Anyone can come in and take your job. Even high school girls could. I don't mean to sound insulting, but that's not the kind of job one does for a long while. It's supposed to be temporary." I felt so insulted that I burst out crying. "You don't respect him." He sighed and sat on his bed, totally ignoring me. And then after a while he said, You cry too often. Gosh, you're too sensitive. Anyway, let's get started with your college applications. I'm not going to college, I said quietly. At least, not now. He said, listen, if you won't go to college, then we can't be together. I want a woman who's professional and takes her education seriously, not someone whose highest qualification is a diploma. I left his room that day promising myself that it was over. I felt very stupid. I'd taken his nonsense for far too long. I contributed to making him believe that he was special and was doing me a favor by dating me. I hated myself and cried to sleep that night. The next morning, all I felt was anger and irritation. I had to get back at him, but how? The finest idea came to mind. I was going to sleep with his brother. I knew nothing would hurt him as much as that did. He texted me later that day to apologize, and I accepted his apology but told him I needed time. So disrespectful was he of my boundaries that he came over as soon as he was done with work. I told him I didn't want to talk and went back in. You're overreacting, he texted me later. That night I found out about the gym his brother frequents, and I was there that weekend. I saw him and went over to say hello. He was surprised that I came over and expressed that. He said, would my brother approve of this? I said, I don't need your brother's approval to say hello to his brother. He smirked and said, I've seen you ask for his approval to do the smallest things. I said, that's not true. He said, oh, but it is. I said, fine. I intend to remedy that. Soon enough, his brother and I got acquainted. Contrary to what my ex told me, his brother was pretty ambitious. He sustained an injury some years before and missed his big opportunity to be a professional footballer. So he settled for being a coach and worked part-time as a football coach at a high school. He was also training to be a fitness coach. I admired his ambition. One night, my ex's brother texted to see if I wanted to go watch a movie we both love. I agreed because it was the perfect way to make my ex jealous. I even offered to come over to their house to pick him up. When I got to the house, my ex-boyfriend was in the front yard doing some gardening. He thought I came for him, so he walked up to my car and stuck his head through the window of the passenger seat. He smiled at me and I thought, wow, I would take you back if you weren't so toxic. He said, hey, I knew you would come around. I'm not mad at you for what you did when I came over to your boss's house, okay? I was irritated and said, what in God's name are you talking about? He said, really? You don't remember how you refused to talk to me that evening? I said, I do, and you deserved it. It was very rude to have come over even though I told you not to. He said, stop being so dramatic. Gosh, how have you been? If you want to do the right thing and go to college, you still have time to put your application forward. I can always help you choose a major that's not too tasking. I said, you're very arrogant. He said, I just want what's best for you, and before he completed that, his brother showed up wearing a big smile. Look who's here, my movie buddy, he exclaimed, rubbing his hands together. My ex turned around in shock. What are you doing? He asked no one in particular. I said, look, I'm going to see a movie with your brother. I just found out that we have similar interests. Step out for a bit. I want to talk to you, he said calmly. When I got out, he pulled me aside and said in an almost whisper, you can't go see a movie with him. If you do, then I'm breaking up with you. You are so deluded, I whispered back. I was done with you 2 weeks ago. He ignored that and said, I can go with you to the movies if you like. I say, didn't you say the kind of movies I like are simple and bizarre? I walked back into my car and drove off. My ex's brother and I were at the movies when he started sending different messages calling me who are and which. I was so pissed. I grabbed his brother's neck and kissed him. He kissed me back and we ended up hooking up in my car. I had no doubts whatsoever that my ex's brother would tease him about it. He only did that to get back at his brother anyway. The next couple of days, I got raging texts from my ex, but I couldn't be bothered, especially since his brother always had a fun way to make up for his tantrums at the end of every day. I badly wished that I'd met his brother first. He was the opposite of my ex, more laid back, funny, and non-judgmental. We continued to hang out until he moved out of town. I sent my boss to the psych ward. Some people have work wives, some have work husbands, others have a work bestie, but I have or had a work villain. Or maybe I'm his villain, I don't know. But whatever the opposite of a friendly relationship at work is, that's what we have or had. See, I'm not sure if this person can still be considered my colleague or not, because he was recently committed to a mental health institution, and I'm not sure if he'll be allowed to resume back into his position at the office. But while the company sorts out the logistics and legal details of that, I thought it'd be okay to have a little confessional for myself, because telling anyone else would mean me taking his place and probably getting a straitjacket to go, so here goes nothing. I'm not the most friendly person at work, but I'm polite enough to get invited for after-work drinks with the rest of the unit. That's pretty much the best way to summarize my professional experience. I did enough to fly under the radar, but my name was never forgotten on a list. And to some people, that seemed like I was excelling while doing the bare minimum. But I don't care. It works for me, and that's all that matters. Now, you know how some people can hate your guts and exist without interacting with you? Well, I've come to learn that not everyone possesses this superpower. Some people have to make the fact that they can't stand you their very public business, and everyone else's. And that didn't do very well for my under-the-radar public image when the new head of the department spent every waking moment, paid for by the company, mind you, reminding me and everyone who cared to listen that he didn't care about how I'd survived so long doing so little, aka not kissing his butt like everyone else, and he made it his personal mission to make sure I wouldn't get another promotion after getting 3 in less than 2 years. But I don't think he realized that I lived for competing with myself. Ever since I was 6 and my 3-year-old brother got his training wheels before me, I made it a personal goal to do everything better than myself at least twice, just to prove that I could. When I finished a crochet sweater in 1 week for my high school crafts project, I made sure to make one for every member of our 5-person family in less than a week. I was done within 3 weeks, so my colleague or boss didn't know what he was toying with when he held me back after a team debriefing and told me, "I don't know how you've convinced your past bosses and leaders to reference you for reviews, but I don't want you to get your hopes up for this quarter. You're not getting anything out of me." But that only sounded like a me versus me challenge. What could past me achieve that present me couldn't? Win over a boss without being too out there about it? Win over a boss who didn't want to be won over? New but doable. So I tried every trick in my arsenal. I subtly added innovative strategies to our business development plans, and they were overlooked. I brought extras of everything on our group camping trips, and they were forgotten while loading the bus at the office. I volunteered for different programs, and they got filled up with volunteers so close to my entry application. I knew the reason behind all these, but I couldn't bring it up to HR without sounding psycho. I didn't have a plan to prove that my team leader was sabotaging my chances at getting another promotion. And even in the best defense theory, it sounded like an overlooked crush. Doing extra to make his trainings easier and all of those other things I devoted my energy to conveniently fit into the pursuing description of sexual harassment cases. And I couldn't risk that while trying to prove that he was sabotaging my career. But I couldn't lay back so I don't lose the doing just enough more than everyone else that defended my case in promotion debates. I needed to catch him at his weakest, but it seemed like he was more dedicated to proving that I meant nothing to the team than I was to proving that I was the only thing holding the team together. And I guess that's where our rivalry was born. He didn't think I did enough to warrant a promotion. I thought that offering to tickle a 55-year-old manager in the past was enough to get by, and we just couldn't find a middle ground. Until I did. I felt that he could let me get by with just enough actual work and enough extracurricular activities. And I proposed this to him, but he told me where exactly I could shove my idea. If I were recording the conversation, the story would have ended a lot sooner, but I wasn't, and I needed to quite literally catch him in the act. However, as I mentioned, he was onto me from the start, and nothing I did or proposed was met without criticism worthy of the Oscars. He wanted to know why I wanted to carry an outreach, who would be involved, and the other team leaders I suggested as supervisors. And after looking through these for a million times, he would suggest his selections filled with people I'd never interacted with under the note of objectivity. And unsurprisingly, I wouldn't meet my target of the outreach, and I'd be forced to do the whole dance all over again. So in some ways, it was like the love part of the work bestie arrangement, and it was also like the hate part of being the bestie that didn't agree with logical sense. I knew everything that was happening before he did, but he knew all the ways to clip my wings and networks before I even thought about them. It was frustrating and dragging on for too long until he finally drew the battle line of sorts. He reported me to HR for harassment. What had I done? Simple. I showed up to his house on Thanksgiving when I knew he made plans with his divorced wife and out-of-town kids, and I was wearing the flimsiest robe ever. My lingerie was visible from 2,000 miles away, and I wasn't bothered about it because I had the wrong address for a group thing. And his ex-wife, who he'd been trying to get back together with, was furious because she thought I was covering up for him and we were hooking up. He knew he was in trouble, and I knew he was in trouble, so he did what he could with the miniature power he had. He suspended me and reported me to HR for harassment outside the office. But because he didn't go into the details of what had happened, HR couldn't do anything drastic but give me a warning and a punishment of sorts. If there's anything anyone knows about HR, it's how much they care less about the work and more about the reputation. So after the warning, they made me work in a different space of the office for a month. Now, I knew that I had provoked my boss, but I needed to make him as uncomfortable outside the workplace as he made my career feel. But somehow, news that I'd tried to seduce my boss started circling around the office, and I couldn't walk or work without eyes on me. So I decided to get back at my boss for making me the object of scrutiny. Remember my obsession with doing anything well and twice? Well, one summer at camp, I convinced my instructor to teach me how to pick a door lock in case I ever got locked out. Then I went home and picked my parents' bedroom door for a week, and each time I stole a little souvenir. That was exactly what I had planned to do to my boss. I waited for the week he took his leave and hid out across the street till he turned out all the lights. Then I picked his front door and creeped through the rooms before finding the storage where he kept all his fishing stuff he wouldn't stop talking about at work. I remembered how he said he had a lucky hat that he used for fishing, and as soon as I saw that faded cap, I grabbed it. The next day, I put the hat in a shopping bag and mailed it with instructions for a delivery service to bring it to the office. And I gave them my boss's name and address, telling them to keep my information anonymous. Right about lunchtime, the receptionist buzzed my boss and told him he had a delivery, and when he came back to the office with the shopping bag, I went straight to the restroom. By the time I got back, I could see him pacing in his office. But I didn't spend too much time looking at him so he wouldn't get suspicious. I didn't go back to his house for another week. Then I took his business school certificate and got it framed and then had a different delivery service bring it to him at the office. And that's when he really freaked out. Whenever a delivery was scheduled for him, I made sure I was completely visible so there wouldn't be any suspicions, and I stayed out of his way work-wise so I didn't need to prove my overzealousness. And that's probably why I guess he didn't think too much of it when he told one of our colleagues that he planned to change all of his locks a day after the business school certificate was delivered to him. I knew I had to pull off a final move and wrap up my plan, so the following night, I went to his house and picked up a bunch of random things from his house and also a framed picture of his ex-wife and kids. Then I left for good. I didn't send any of the items to him for a month, and I think he felt that he was just being pranked by one of his kids, so he didn't bother changing his locks or anything. Then I made my brother get me the number of one of his friends from high school who had quite the reputation. I wrote out careful instructions for each of the remaining items and lied to the guy that I was doing it because my boss had assaulted me at work so he wouldn't get suspicious. Later that week, a pair of my boss's shorts found their way to the roof of his car, and he didn't notice till he pulled into the office underground parking. He was furious when he came into the office, and I had to bury my head in some files so he wouldn't see my smile. He was too proud to tell the cops that someone had broke into his home, and instead of stealing anything, they kept his shorts on his car. Or at least that's what I heard him tell the security guard at the parking before he drove home for the night. In the final act of my revenge for his hard-headedness, My little helpers dropped the framed picture in front of his house with a note saying, "You didn't know they were gone, so maybe you wouldn't really notice when they are." And that's when he freaked out completely. I'd originally planned for the prank or whatever to end there, but when he came into the office muttering and acting skittish, I knew I had to do one last thing. Unknown to him, I'd been dropping anonymous mails to HR, letting them know he was acting a bit strange. So they were cautiously watching out for him to act out of the ordinary. My boss is a creature of habit, and I knew he'd want a cup of coffee at 12, so I unplugged the coffee machine at 11:45 and conveniently ran into one of the HR team members, more specifically, the one who handles complaints and communications, in the hallway 15 minutes later. I started a pointless conversation with him and steered him towards the break room, where my boss was rather conveniently screaming at and hitting the coffee machine and tugging his hair. I gasped loud enough to startle him, and my boss's expression was the icing on the cake, as the HR guy was already calling security to defuse the situation. While talking to security, the HR guy told my boss they hadn't taken the mail seriously, but now it was beyond date. My boss screaming, "What mails?" just added to the perfection of that moment, and I made sure to chip in that my boss probably needed professional intervention and had been muttering about seeing things in the office for months. 1 hour later, my boss was given the option of 2 months mandatory leave with half pay for mental health reasons or full pay while admitted into a psych ward until cleared. He chose the psych ward. I got a new job in a different city, and whenever I remember the way he looked defeated when the institution came to pick him up, I feel a sense of pride because I was the one who sent my boss to the psych ward. I mean, I know it's nice to get back at a bad boss, but man, that's some serious revenge. Although I will say it's actually kind of nice in a way that, considering this guy seemed to be losing it, that this company would give them full pay while they checked into a place to get some actual help. Although this whole thing was totally set up by OP, it honestly puts that company in a pretty good light. I made my bridesmaid lose her $50,000 job. Last year, I had the wedding of my dreams, but it became a nightmare very quickly. And what's worse is I actually saw it coming. My bridal train consisted of my friends from high school, and over the years, our relationship had watered down, but they were still my closest friends, so I wanted them beside me. We hadn't had like a big fight or anything. After all, it's hard to find something that all 5 of us disagreed on. But years of figuring out life and being adults had made us grow apart. And that's why I wasn't too concerned about the tension that was in the air whenever we met up to plan my wedding. As far as I was concerned, my best friend and I were on good terms, and the rest of the group could figure out the dynamics between them. I'd planned my wedding since I was 15, and we were tight as sisters then, so I wasn't ready to take them out because I didn't want to ruin my perfect wedding. So I was willing to let a lot of things slide. Like when Allie, not real name, was late to the airport on the day we were leaving for my destination wedding. And when Stell's, NRN, phone wouldn't stop ringing as we were in the cab heading to the hotel. Even all the times when Kelly, name not real, made a tiny comment about the hotel or the plans for the days before the wedding, I inhaled everything and exhaled nothing but calmness. Nearly everyone on the guest list knew that this was the wedding of my dreams, and my husband was only doing everything to make me happy, which in turn made me happy, so everyone was pretty much waiting for me to break out in full-on bridezilla. But I wasn't going to let anyone see me with a single hair out of place, and that's why I double-checked with every single vendor on my list, and I made sure to pass out the right instructions and details to every member of the wedding party, both on my side and my husband's. Heaven forbid one of the guys showed up without a pocket square folded the right way. Sure, I was demanding, but never dramatic. Everyone understood it and allowed me to have the moment. Well, everyone except Kelly. Kelly didn't understand why we had to do the sky lanterns at 7 p.m. because she needed to have dinner at exactly the same time to stay consistent with her diet. Never mind that I'd sent every one of the programs months before I even booked their tickets and double-checked that none of the activities clashed with personal choices. But Kelly didn't think it would be a big deal if she stayed back at the hotel instead of joining us for the lanterns. Never mind that we were supposed to have the bridal train shoot with the lanterns at the backdrop. My best friend Sadie was the one who convinced Kelly to just grab a sandwich and eat right before we let the lanterns out and took pictures. Trust Kelly to harumph and stomp her feet and be irritable for the entire hour. Not only was she frustrating to deal with, she was taking the fun out of it for everyone. But I knew that confronting her would have been the same as placing a large Bridezilla sign on my forehead, so I let things slide. And by the time we were joined by my husband and his party for the rehearsal dinner on Friday, Kelly had reminded us about 15 times that she was away from her $50,000 annual job just to spend the week with me for my wedding. By that point, Allie's problem with never getting the right time for anything and Stell's constant sidestep calls were the least of my worries. Sadie continued to reassure me that all would go according to plan. But at that point, I was already replanning the train around Kelly just so I could tell her that she could get back to her job if she was that eager to go. But I didn't. I saw my husband and remembered why the wedding would be worth it: to marry the love of my life in my dream wedding. The rehearsal went without a glitch, and I knew it would only be a matter of time before Kelly tried to tamper down my excitement. As we headed out to a club for the party before the main party, I heard her tell Allie that she needed some alcohol in her before she could stomach another minute of this nightmare. That stung real bad. But my husband was right beside me, so I pretended not to hear it. About an hour later, no one could pretend anything concerning Kelly. To say she was causing a scene would be too gracious. She was so drunk that she was dancing like a terrible stripper draped all over my husband's best man. I typically wouldn't mind, but my husband's best man was also his twin brother, and although they weren't exactly identical, the similarities were there, and the alcohol must have muddled Kelly's mind enough that she thought he was my husband, as she kept trying to whisper. In reality, she was shouting loud enough to be heard over the music to him. "I don't understand why you're marrying her. I'm totes sexier, and my clothesless photos actually look like art." She slurred over a few words, but the point was clear. I had never regretted anything as much as I was regretting ignoring Sadie's warnings about inviting Kelly, who I had least spoken with among the group in the 10 years since we left high school. But I had assured Sadie that Kelly fit in the picture I wanted for my wedding. That was hands down the stupidest thing I had done, and there I was, trying to pretend that it didn't sting on some level to know that Kelly thought she was bad-mouthing me to the man I was hours away from marrying. But that wasn't what pushed me over the edge. Nope. I stuck with the flow and pushed Kelly to the back of my mind. On the morning of the wedding, I truly believed that nothing could ruin my day. Everything was going according to plan, until my bridesmaids strolled into the bridal suite to get their makeup done, and I saw Allie supporting Kelly, who was wearing sunshades that were half the size of her head and noise-canceling headphones. Immediately I turned to Sadie, and she knew exactly what I was thinking. Kelly was a risk. I stood up and went to where Allie had propped Kelly and crouched down to her level. "Kelly, how are you feeling? Do you think you can do this?" For a second, she just stared at me like she couldn't see me. Then she sat up and said, "Trying to get rid of me? I'm good." Sadie shook her head when I looked back at her, and I told Kelly to just wait for one of the makeup artists to call her up. The entire time we were getting ready, I was a pool of nerves. On the one hand, I was excited to marry my husband. On the other hand, I felt like the other shoe was barely hanging on from dropping. And then it dropped. Just as we were posing for photos after the ceremony, Kelly, who was directly beside me because of the height arrangement, projectile vomited all over me. And thanks to her perfect timing, it was at the exact time that the photographer had taken the shot. A few days later, when my husband and I were selecting the pictures from our wedding shoot, we saw that particular picture, and if I wasn't still reeling from the incident, I might have found it funny. My husband and groomsmen, unaware of the chaos that was about to break out, were still smiling at the camera. I looked like a deer in the headlights. Sadie had her palm covering her mouth in horror, and Allie was reaching to pull Kelly's body away from my side. It was comical in a sad way, but the fury I felt was as real as the moment it happened. I had to rush back to the bridal suite with my husband and Sadie holding up parts of my wedding gown so the vomit wouldn't stick to my body any more than it already had. They then carefully took it off of me and left me in the shower while Sadie brought out my reception dress and my husband told everyone reception would be starting a bit later. Half an hour after Vomitgate, semi-makeup retouch, a dress change that didn't allow me my complete desired shoot, and 3 shots of tequila later, I was able to come back downstairs to enjoy the rest of my wedding. Thankfully, Kelly was nowhere to be found, and I'm grateful for whoever made her disappear, because I honestly believe I would have lunged at her if she had stuck around in the reception hall. I got through the rest of my wedding without incident, but most of the excitement had been sucked out by evil Kelly, and when I came across that picture in the photographer's studio, I was beyond livid. Kelly had managed to taint my perfect wedding, and I wanted to hit her where it would hurt. And that's when the idea came to me. There were 2 things that Kelly hadn't shut up about that entire weekend, and I was going to use them to get my revenge. First, I did my research. It didn't take me very long to find Kelly's line manager at work. Then I plotted for the next part. I called her, acting like the perfect picture of modesty, and told her I understood if she was avoiding me because of what happened, but that I'd like to grab lunch to clear the air and move past it. Because I made her feel like she was the more important person, Kelly had no problem with my suggestion, and we met up the next weekend. I made sure to order ahead of her, and I asked for their creamiest red sauce pasta. My extensive wedding planning had me noting that Kelly had IBS, so I was well prepared for what would happen if she ate any pasta that wasn't buckwheat. I played the understanding, not angry at all part very well, and Kelly barely asked if the pasta was cream-free before digging in. And to her credit, she asked why it was so smooth if there was no cream, and I gave her some BS explanation about wine and olive oil, and she ate it up. Right on cue, she started looking uncomfortable, just as I'd had her unlock her phone to show me some of her apartment renovation ideas. As she excused herself to the restroom, I accessed her hidden photo files and saw her art-like inappropriate photos. I sent about 10 photos to myself and went back to staring at frames and pastels she was considering for her apartment. When she came out of the room a few minutes later, she looked pale and said she wasn't feeling well from the trip for the wedding, so she needed to leave earlier. I thanked her for her time, and as soon as she left, I got her line manager's email and set up a new email for Kelly that looked eerily similar to her actual email address. I used a small case L instead of a large case L. Then I started sending Kelly's inappropriate photos to her manager, accompanied with some heavy texts. When her manager responded the next day, he said, "I want to believe this was a mistake and there will not be a repeat. You know what the company policy on harassment says." I saw the opening and went straight for it. I sent another series of Kelly's inappropriate photos to him with very personal sounding messages telling him Kelly, didn't care about the rules. His response was a clip of the policy saying that fraternization between employees was not allowed, and another clip of the sexual harassment clause. Then he added a string of official-looking email addresses to the email chain and sent another email stating, "Suspension notice." I immediately deleted the email account and considered my job done because I felt I'd gotten Kelly in enough trouble. But a few months later, Sadie told me that Kelly was job hunting. Apparently, deleting the email account made her seem more guilty than innocent, and HR decided that she couldn't be trusted to prove her innocence since she was in her first 6 months of the job. Kelly had tried to explain it away, but she knew that any recount of her weekend prior to the inappropriate email incident would include notes of massive amounts of alcohol. And I surely won't have denied that she projectile vomited on me so bad that the dry cleaners aren't sure they'll be able to get the stains out of my custom "I wanted to pass it on to my kids" wedding dress. So Kelly had no choice but to feel wronged and mortified and all the things that I had felt when she ruined my wedding. Except this isn't something that she could drop off at the dry cleaners. Her precious $50,000 job was gone, and I can't even take full credit for it, but it gives me a ton of satisfaction that I don't tell anyone about. I made my bridesmaid lose her $50,000 job, and I don't regret it. How I got back at my roommate for breaking my eyeglasses. My roommate and I used to be best friends. I was excited to have her as my roommate when I met her, and anyone would have. She looked very cool and was warm and welcoming towards me. She was clearly an unconventional woman, but she also looked sweet and agreeable, like some church girl. She had moved in the day before I did, but was already familiar with the school campus because of her brother. He was a senior and was very popular on campus, so he'd shown her around before she even moved in. As soon as she declared her interest in the university, he invited her over and showed her around. He also introduced her to his friend and some other popular girls. My roommate was a sweet girl. She was pretty too, and very friendly, so it was easy for her to make friends. 2 weeks after I moved in, everyone wondered if we'd known each other before we became roommates. She and I hung out regularly with her other friends, and we'd attended a couple of parties together and even got matching bracelets. I was pretty much a tomboy in high school, so I knew very little about dressing up and all that. It didn't help that I didn't have a relationship with my mom. It was just my dad and little brothers. One night, my roommate asked why I never had mentioned my mom, and I told her what had happened. My mom left my dad when I was little, too little to even remember us doing anything together. She just left and never returned. I tried to reach her many times through her office when I was younger, but was always met with a brick wall. My dad advised against it many times, but I was always adamant. I wanted her to be in my life. At some point, my dad had gotten her personal phone number. I called and she promised to come for a visit to the town we lived in. She never did though. It took 3 more promise and fail situations for me to realize that my mom was never coming. I didn't understand why she hated me that much. I took it so personally that I started failing in school. My dad and I had to see a family therapist so I could unpack and deal with all that had happened. It was there that my dad told me the truth. He and my mom met in college and were together all through. They were both seniors when she got pregnant, and she was devastated. She wanted badly to be an actress and had been offered a role, but she couldn't take it because she was pregnant, and her mom and dad wanted her to keep me. She agreed, and my dad moved in with her mom to take care of her. She was resentful of my dad for the whole 9 months, and he had a horrible time living with her. He thought she would stop hating him once the baby came, but that never happened. She grew angrier by the day, and she hated her body, my dad, her mom, and me. She soon started to fight and argue a lot with her mom, so my dad suggested they get a house of their own. They did that, but things only got worse. She stopped speaking to him and started drinking. One day, she wrote a note apologizing that she had to leave and left him with me. It was just my dad and me until he got married to a civil engineer, and they went on to have 3 boys together. My immediate younger brother and the last twin boys, whom I absolutely adore. While I love my stepmother to pieces, and I know she loves me too, we never had any sort of close bond. We hardly speak to each other about anything other than the basics. Maybe it was because I was wounded and refused to bond with her for fear that she would leave too. Or maybe she didn't want me to think that she'd come to take the place of my mother and didn't want to overextend herself. It could also be because we didn't have a lot in common. I was quite introverted, and my stepmother's introverted too. She hardly even speaks to anyone. She just goes about her business. She's a very quiet woman, and now that I think about it, my dad probably chose a woman like her because he didn't want a repeat of what had happened with him and my mom. Back to the story, my roommate felt sorry for me. "That is it. I'm adopting you as my twin sister." We laughed about it, but she really did. One day, she asked if I had some cash. I said I did, and she told me to get dressed. We were going out. When we got out, her brother's red car was just in the parking lot. It turned out that my roommate was making her brother drive us to one of his friend's apartments. That friend was a student too, but she made extra money on the side from styling hair. She asked her brother's friend to give me a new haircut and style my hair. I was skeptical, but I agreed later. I'd never done anything serious with styling my hair. The last time I did something complicated was for prom, and everyone commented on how gorgeous I looked. I got a shoulder-length haircut and dyed some streaks of my hair purple, just like my roommate had done. She had some streaks of purple in her hair too, but hers was longer and straight. "Now we look like twins," my roommate said excitedly, and had our brother take pictures of us together. I noticed her brother's eyes on me. He could not help himself. When we got back to the dorm that evening, I told her that I'd caught her brother stealing glances at me. "Oh, ignore him. Boys are stupid. It's not like you date him anyway. He's so ugly. Ugh." I said, "What?" no, I think your brother's actually kind of cute. I knew something was wrong because she frowned and ignored my comment about her brother being cute. She didn't speak to me all through that night. I didn't understand why, and I tend to overthink things, so I started to wonder why she was being cold. It was unlike her to be that cold. She was so bubbly and full of life. I went to bed cautioning myself to not think too much about it. She was probably tired after the long hours we spent at the salon. The next morning, things went back to normal and we were cool again, so it affirmed my suspicion that she was just tired. That weekend, we went to a party at her brother's apartment. We were dancing and having a good time when her brother moved closer and tried to dance with me, and we danced together that night. He must have noticed that I was tired because he left and soon reappeared with 2 glasses for the 2 of us. We left the dance area and went to sit on the couch, and he tried talking to me, but it was too loud in the house. We went out to talk, and we actually did have a good time. I already knew he was funny and smart, but it was even nicer seeing that up close and personally. Somehow, we ended up kissing. He kissed me, and I kissed him back. It was just nice. He asked if I wanted to go in with him, but I declined. I thought he could just be some college senior looking to get laid or take advantage of a freshman. Besides, it didn't seem like he liked me, so why sleep with him or take things beyond just kissing? When we returned to our room, my roommate was too tired and tipsy, so I couldn't tell her what had happened with her brother. She would have noticed us if she wasn't so busy with one of his friends that she had a massive crush on. I told her the next evening, and she was alarmed. What did that mean? I said, what did what mean? They said the kiss. I mean, does this mean you're going to be together? I don't get it. I said, oh, I don't know. I mean, it was just a kiss. It's not like he asked me out or something. It would be great if he did, though. No, she screamed. It would not be great. I frowned and said, chill. It's not that big a deal. Why do you look so terrified? She went on to tell me about what happened with friends from high school dating her brother and how it ruined their friendship. I don't know how that happened, but that could never happen with us. We're sisters, I assured her. If you were my sister, you wouldn't date my brother, she said quietly, and walked away. I was irritated by her childish behavior. So what if her brother and I decide to date? I was not and could never be the kind of person to cut off a guy's family just because we were no longer together. How much more a family member who was my friend? It just did not make sense. We were cold toward each other for the rest of that evening. At night, her brother came in and asked to talk to me. I went out with him to his car, my chest beating very fast. I hated that my friend put me in that position. I should not have had to have been worried that my friend would have a fit over me talking to her brother. Her brother told me that he'd asked his sister for my phone number many times, but she refused to give it to him and told him to ask her directly. When was this? I asked. Pretty much since I met you. I've liked you ever since. My roommate had never mentioned that to me. He said, would you like to go out with me sometime? I said, I don't think your sister would like that. He said, oh, she's just being weird. Come on, she'll get over it. I gave him my number and asked him to text me. I'll give you a response tomorrow. Oh, okay. I got out of his car and he drove away. When I got back in, I asked my roommate why she was being so sensitive about me dating her brother. She said, I've told you, it's happened before. He starts to date one of my friends and then I stop having a friend and it's just the 2 of them. I said that could never happen to us. We live together. We'll always be friends. She says, listen, I don't care what you say. You can either be my brother's girlfriend or my friend. You cannot be both. I said, you're being very childish. I can't believe you can be this childish. Well, I went on that date with her brother and it was amazing. He made me laugh. He told me boring science stories, but I enjoyed them. We had a good time together and he dropped me over at the dorm building after. As soon as I got out of the car, I saw my roommate at the entrance. We locked eyes and she walked away. I ignored her. I wasn't going to worry myself about some petty, childish rules that she had made. It was so silly to me because she could have confronted her brother too, but she didn't. She wanted to place the burden on me. I was the one who had to decline her brother's advances, but she couldn't tell her brother to not ask me out in the first place. When I got into the room, I saw that she had painted a line of sorts to demarcate her corner from mine. It was beyond childish. I just ignored it and went to bed. The next day, she asked for a pair of earrings she had given to me when we went out for a party. I gave them to her, wondering when she would put an end to her childish behavior. That evening, when she returned, she'd taken the purple out of her hair and had dyed it platinum blonde. That worried me. I walked up to her bed to talk to her, but she shoved me very hard that I landed on my corner. It was such a violent push that I didn't even know how to react to that. I just sat there and watched her get dressed and leave. I called her brother after she left, and he told me to ignore her. That's some strange behavior. I'll have to call her and talk to her. She can't go around shoving people. Violence isn't tolerated on campus. Are you going to report this? He asked. I said, no, I just wanted you to talk to her. Her brother and I went on many dates after that. He spoke to her and she stayed away from me. Our relationship was bad, but we didn't cross each other's boundaries. I just hoped that one day she would come back to her senses. I was in class one day fishing for my glasses in my purse, but I couldn't find them. I've used glasses since I was in middle school. I only used it when I was reading or using my computer though. I looked everywhere for them when I returned to my room, but couldn't find it. For some strange reason, I suddenly felt the need to look in the dustbin, and it was there. My roommate had crushed my eyeglasses. I started to cry. How can someone go from being very kind and friendly with me to being a straight-up monster? I had let it slide when she pushed me, so she probably thought it was okay to vandalize my stuff. When she returned, I confronted her. She ignored me and whistled loudly. She then changed into a different top and left the room. I knew I had to get back at her in some way. I went to my neighbor and asked if I could borrow their hose. They didn't have it, so I went to another room, and they had. Back in our room, I connected the hose to the tap in our bathroom and left it on her bed. The water soaked up her bed. Then I took it to her reading table and made sure the water poured everywhere from her lamp to her books on her table. I poured water on the clothes in her wardrobe too. I knew she would be particularly hurt about her books because she treasured them, but I didn't care. I called her brother right after, and she broke up with him. When she returned, she screamed, and I whistled. Clearly, this girl had some deep-rooted insecure issues or something, had some weird draw-the-line conditions, I don't know. I'm not sure what the actual issue here was, but I mean, there was definitely revenge to be had here, but both sides both committed vandalism. I feel like everybody walks away from the story feeling like maybe they one-upped each other or got their payback, but are they really happy in the end? I doubt it. Coworker stole my promotion, so I sabotaged his job. This story I'm about to share happened over a year ago, but till today, I still think about my decisions and how I could have actually taken the high road or something. But whenever I think that way, I'm usually reminded that sometimes you need to take drastic steps to maintain your position. Most times, life won't hand you the things you deserve, and all you can do is reach out and take it. My coworker, let's call him Brian, who I considered my best friend, decided to steal my business idea. He pitched it to the boss and stole a promotion that was meant for me, but I wouldn't let him get away with it. I just couldn't. So I sabotaged his job and got him fired. But for you to understand the full story, I have to explain in detail. I met Brian in my third year of college. I was in the library preparing for the mid-semester exams. I preferred to study at home, but my roommates decided to throw a small party in our apartment, so the library was my only option. I sat at one of the empty desks away from the rest of the people, but a few minutes later, Brian walked into the library. He walked to the shelves and then picked out some books. He saw me seated and he waved to me. I waved back because I didn't want to appear rude, but apparently he took my wave as an invitation to join me. He sat beside me and introduced himself. He told me that we'd been in the same class since the first year. I didn't know that. I've never really been the type to form close relationships with lots of people, and because of this, I never really got to know my course mates. I apologized for not knowing his name, and we studied in silence. A few hours later, I stood up to leave the library. He gave me his phone number and told me to give him a call anytime I wanted to do some group study. I didn't think I'd need that. I'd always done good on my own, but I thanked him anyways and left the lab. A few days later, my roommates decided to have friends over. For the second time that week, they invited me to stay for the party, but I had lots of studying to do. I had to leave the apartment again. I didn't want to go to the library because for some reason I wasn't comfortable with studying there. At that moment, I remembered my course mate Brian. and his invitation to study with his group. I checked my phone and then called him up. I told him about my problem and asked if it was a good time to come to his place. He was thrilled. He said that the study group wasn't around, but yeah, I was welcome. I went to his apartment. It was large and really quiet since he didn't have roommates. We got down to studying and I was actually able to cover a whole lot that day. Brian helped too. He was way smarter than I thought, and he helped me explain some things I didn't understand. We became good friends after that. He invited me to join his study group and I did. I never had a problem with where to study since then. We became even closer in the final year of school. I decided to ditch my roommates and get a new apartment, and he graciously invited me to share his apartment, and we would split the rent. I agreed and we moved in together. My study life drastically improved with Brian as my roommate. Gone are the ever-partying roommates and all sorts of distractions they bring with them. My GPA increased significantly, and I even became one of the top-tier students in the class. I graduated college in this fashion. Brian decided to keep the apartment, but I moved away to a new city hoping to get more internship opportunities. And I was right. I wrote applications to various companies in the state, and I didn't have to wait long. I had a long list of companies to choose from. I started my internship with the company that pays the most, and I had a good couple of months. Well, it started out great, but my boss, who I directly report to, was kind of a jerk. He made me do jobs that were way below my pay grade and out of my job description, but what can I say? I was the newbie fresh from college, and all I wanted was to be on the ins with the other workers. One time, he actually made me pick up his kids from school and drop them off with a sitter at home. Anyways, a few months later, I was recruited as a full-time worker. I was so happy because that meant the official start of my climb up the corporate ladder. I started to work harder than any of the other staff there because I wanted to be recognized. I was usually the first to arrive and the last to leave. Very soon, I was actually noticed and commended by the boss. Not the one that gave me ridiculous jobs to do, the one above him. After that day, he knew my name and he started to make me work directly under him whenever he was in the office. I could already see promotion and career growth in the not-so-far future. Exactly 6 months after I started to work with my company, I received an unexpected phone call. I was in the back of my cab heading home from a long day of work when my phone rang. I picked it up, and it was Brian. He told me he'd just come to town, he needed a place to stay till he found somewhere else. I couldn't turn him away, he was my friend. Besides, why turn him away? I had a room in my apartment. So I invited him over and we went out for drinks that night. He told me it had been difficult for him to find a job and that he'd been looking for several months now. I didn't think there was an opening in my firm, but I told him I'd help him check. The next day, I talked to my boss about it. I had to explain how competent Brian would be, as he was one of the best students in my class then. My boss was impressed and told me to bring him along the next day, which I did. They had a brief interview, and my boss was really impressed. He employed Brian at once. He didn't even have to come in through the internship program like I did, which made me a bit jealous, but it was fine. Brian had a natural charm that immediately makes people like him on the first meeting. It was so crazy that most of the people I found it hard to talk to in my first few months found Brian to be likable. He fit in immediately. Anyways, Brian continued to stay with me for a few months till he found an apartment he liked. I helped him pack and move. We even had some friends over, and we went to the nearest bar to celebrate. After Brian left my apartment, I started to notice some changes in his attitude. At first, I thought it was all in my head, but as it got worse, I just couldn't ignore them anymore. It started as petty things like offering him to do the jobs that were supposed to be assigned to me by the boss himself, or staying as late as I did just to make sure that the boss sees his commitment to the job. I shrugged it off at first because he was my friend, and I felt like the sky was big enough for everyone to fly. But eventually, it started to get bigger. He started to attack me personally. He would ask me some patronizing questions during our staff meetings, whenever the boss was around, of course, and make some condescending remarks whenever I was asked to make a presentation. As I said before, I tried to overlook it, but it started to get to me when I started to feel like it was going to affect my relationship with my boss. During one lunch break, I approached Brian in the kitchen and I asked him to stop making jokes at my expense. I explained to him that while I knew he didn't mean anything by it, the superiors might take it as me being incompetent. He quickly apologized and swore to stop with the jokes. I left the kitchen that day feeling happy that my problems were over. But little did I know that my problems were just beginning. My next presentation was even worse than the previous ones. Brian made a snarky remark about the way I said something during the presentation and everyone burst out laughing. I felt so humiliated that after the meeting, I marched over to his desk and yelled so badly that it caused a scene. Eventually, I decided that it wasn't worth it, and I'd just have to get used to the fact that I've lost a friend. I stayed away from him after that. A few months later, one of my bosses, the one that was a huge jerk to me, got fired for reasons unknown. Actually, I know the reason because one of the other bosses told me. He told me not to tell anyone though, as it wasn't supposed to be common knowledge. Anyways, long story short, he had to leave and his position was vacant. One of the other bosses formally announced that they were considering some people for the promotion. Me and Brian were among the people being considered for that promotion. I had mixed feelings about this news. On one hand, I was elated. It was happening for me. My dream to ascend the corporate ladder was finally within reach. But the problem now is that Brian was also being considered for the same position. I had no problem with the other two guys being considered because, no offense to them, but I do my work way better than they did. My only opposition was Brian, and the crazy part was, he knew that too, because he started to undermine me in front of our superiors at any chance he got. At this time, our friendship had gone so sour that nobody would believe that we were ever friends. Anyways, I decided that if Brian's strategy for getting the promotion was undermining me, I was going to work on a strategy of my own. I was going to work on a killer business pitch that would not only work to push the company's growth, it'll also put my superiors in awe of me, making them grant the promotion. It was perfect, and I had the pitch already. I've been working on an idea for a really long time, even way before Brian joined the company, but it wasn't finished at the time. I spent the nights of the next few weeks finishing up my pitch. I made sure to double and triple check to make sure there won't be reasons for Brian to ask questions that'll put me on the spot. I went the last day finishing up the pitch at work. As usual, Brian stayed back, and when he was leaving, he got a glance at my work document. I don't know how long he'd been standing behind me before I noticed, but when I did, he merely said bye and left the office. I didn't really put too much thought to it till the next day. Brian had a work presentation. After he was done, he quickly told the boss that he had another presentation for a better way to market our product to maximize profit. I instantly felt a chill run down my spine. His presentation sounded too much like mine. At first, I tried brushing it off. There was no way he could have stolen my idea, right? I was so wrong. He stole my actual idea and put it into new words, and even made it better in a way that I couldn't prove that he stole my work. But still, I couldn't pitch my idea. When he was done, to the other workers, even the boss stood up to applaud him. That same day, he was offered the promotion that I worked so hard for. I was devastated. At the end of the workday, I didn't bother to stay back. I went straight to a bar to drink my sadness away. I blamed myself. I shouldn't have helped him get a job in my workplace. But then again, I didn't know he was such a horrible person. I vowed at that moment to get my revenge. He couldn't come to my home, steal my ideas, and even the job that was meant for me. I had to do something. The next few days, I watched Brian intently. I was looking for something, anything, a weakness I could use against him. When I didn't get one, I decided to make one. I reached out to a college friend who studied computers. I told him about my plan and he agreed to help me. He owed me a favor, so this was his way of paying back. I don't know the details of what he did, but to my understanding, he wrote a program or something to create a dummy email in Brian's name. The inbox of the email contained conversations from Brian posing as the CEO of the company to get people to buy products directly from him. I made sure to tell him to not add anything too extreme or that would put him in jail. I just wanted him out of my company. He put everything on a flash drive and had it mailed to me. All I had to do was get the flash drive to work and plug it into Brian's computer. That wasn't hard to do. I waited for him to leave his new office for lunch, and when he did, I hurried over to plug in the flash. A few minutes later, the office's IT guy rushed over to the boss's office with a folder in his hand. Another minute later, Brian was summoned into the office, and before I knew it, he was walked out of the floor by security. I was summoned into the office and told that Brian was involved in fraud. He was impersonating the CEO and wanted to get customers to pay money to him. He never succeeded though, so the CEO wasn't pressing charges. But since he was fired, they decided to give me the promotion. I never heard from Brian after that, and I never tried to reach out, but I still feel guilty about it sometimes. Twin brother made out with my girlfriend, so I spiked his cereal. Lots of people have this notion that identical twins should have this invisible and unbreakable bond that goes even way beyond that of family. Now, I can't claim to know if that's true or not, but I can say with wholeheartedness that it doesn't happen with everyone. My twin brother and I are most certainly not like that. He was a hateful, egotistic, and narcissistic jerk to everyone, even me. This story is about the one time he decided to take his jerkness up to a whole new level. He pretended to be me and made out with the only girl in my high school that I actually liked. It was painful, and because people say twins have an unbreakable bond, I decided to make him feel some of that pain by sabotaging his entire high school life. But let's start at the top. My twin brother and I have always had kind of a rocky relationship. I can't remember how it started, but I guess seeing that we have the same physical appearance, we've always kind of had that rivalry between us to know who wore the face better. It used to be really small and petty things, like trying to get our parents to believe that we were the other person, or rebelling against having to wear the same clothes, or just competing on anything and everything we could compete on. Sometimes we'd fight in the garden, sometimes we'd dance or sing, and ask our parents to judge who was the better singer. That was usually fruitless because our parents' usual judgment was that we were equally good singers. If I'm being honest with myself, I know my brother, let's call him Jay, is usually better than me at most things. He was a cool kid. He has a really great sense of humor, and he was way more athletic than I was. I, on the other hand, was the nerdy kid. I was great with books and computers, but it ends there. I was the president of the science club in middle school, while he was the quarterback for the football team. We started high school after the summer. It was somewhat the same with middle school, but very different at the same time. Over the summer, my best friend Mike moved to another country with his family, so I started high school pretty much by myself. My brother Jay, on the other hand, fit right in. He tried out for the football team and he got a spot immediately. I also joined the science club and everything felt normal for some time. A few months into school, I started to notice a trend happening everywhere in school. That is, boys and girls making out in corners of the school. At that time, I couldn't say being in a relationship was strange to me. My friend Mike had a girlfriend in middle school, but they've never, at least not that I'm aware of, and we tell each other everything. Anyways, one time I was playing a game in the living room and Jay came to join me with a bowl of popcorn. He picked up the second gamepad and we played in silence. Then out of the blue, he said something like, "So you know that girl Smith from biology class? We totally made out in the bathroom stall." I looked at him bewildered because, for one, I didn't know why he told me that or what I'm supposed to do with that information. And secondly, what? My curiosity took over and I asked him what it was like. He told me she was a better kisser than most other girls, which made me more confused. We didn't really talk about these things, but I've always had the mentality that he'd been with as much girls as I'd been with, which was 0 at the time. I didn't know what to say about this, so I just kept silent and played my game. Less than a minute later, Jay asked me how many times I'd gotten some since we resumed. I blurted out that I haven't gotten some, in his words, ever. That was a big mistake. Thinking about it now, I should have just lied because he teased me and called me a prude for the rest of our freshman year. Anyways, during the summer preceding our sophomore year, I decided to go for a science camp. I wasn't failing classes or anything, but I couldn't find a better way to spend the long summer. It was the next best option, and it turned out to be one of the best decisions I made in my life. On the second day of the science camp, we had some chemistry experiments to do, so we paired up in groups of 2. My partner was a girl named Lisa. She was a petite blonde with blue eyes and the most beautiful smile. That wasn't even her best quality. During the experiment, she talked to me like we'd known each other for years. She was funny, down to earth, and she's a fan of Star Wars. We hit it off immediately. She made the camp way more fun than I even expected. By the end of camp, I was sad to leave. We exchanged contacts though, and promised to keep in touch. Funny how, during the course of our discussion in the weeks which we were together, we never mentioned schools or house addresses. When I got home, I wasn't my usual cheerful self, and my mom noticed. She told me to try to put on a smile for her because we were supposed to have some new neighbors over for dinner. It didn't appeal to me, so I just wanted to skip it all together and just go to bed early. My mom disagreed. She wanted me to meet the new neighbors, and they were supposed to have a daughter who she thinks I'll hit it off with because she was also into science stuff. I shrugged and said okay. By 7 o'clock, we heard a knock on the door. I walked up to the door, opened it, and to my uttermost surprise, I saw Lisa holding a bowl of blueberry pie. Our eyes widened in surprise, and she almost dropped the pie. She screamed and threw herself into my arms. My parents and hers were surprised, and we had to explain how we met in the science camp. She had a younger sister named RJ and a baby brother, Bran. I introduced her to Jay, and she was really surprised because it never came up in the discussions that I was a twin either. We talked non-stop during dinner, and eventually everyone else just had to shut up and listen to us ramble on and on about the funny things that happened in camp. After dessert, her family had to leave as it was getting late. We said our goodbyes, and they did. That night, Jay came up to my room and started to ask me weird questions about Lisa. Questions like whether she had a boyfriend and if I thought she'd like him. I immediately told him to leave her alone, then kicked him out of my room. Lisa and I weren't able to hang out during the last 2 days of the holidays because her family had to go upstate to visit family. We called and texted though, and when school resumed, I was so glad because I get to see her again. I woke up early that day and spent extra time picking out my clothes. My mom noticed this and teased me about my crush. Jay did the same. So I went to school and met up with Lisa in the hallway like we'd planned the day before. She was a transfer student, so I took it upon myself to give her the school tour. We hung out during lunch break also. We even decided to ditch the school bus so we could walk home and talk. I was in love with her already. I didn't need my mom or Jay telling me that. And I also figured that since she liked to spend so much time with me, there was a high chance that she liked me also. I wanted to ask her to be my girlfriend, but I didn't know how, so I turned to Jay for help. That was a big mistake. Little did I know that Jay also had feelings for Lisa. He laughed at me and then told me that there was no way in heck that I could get a girl like Lisa. That messed up my self-esteem a lot at the time, but eventually I got over it when my friends in the science club told me they were sure she liked me too. That Friday, by the end of the school day, I worked up the courage to ask her out on a movie date. She promptly agreed and we went on our first ever date the next day. At the end of the date, I walked her back home and we talked all through. When we got to her house, I said bye. I didn't want to be too forward, but Lisa, on the other hand, she didn't have a problem with being forward. She took a step closer and kissed me lightly on the lip. It was awesome. I went home that day a really happy man. I asked her to be my girlfriend the next week, and she said yes. Everyone was happy for me. Everyone except Jay, of course. He kept saying hurtful things like she wasn't really into me, and I didn't stand a chance with her. I shrugged him off for the most part, but he started to tease and pick on me in school too. When I couldn't take it anymore, I warned him to stay away from me. He merely smirked and said something like, "I'm sure Lisa only likes you because she can't tell us apart." Now, I didn't know what this meant. It didn't sound like a threat or anything. I just felt like it was one of the hateful things he says to me on a daily, so I just shrugged him off. The next few days, Jay started to hang out with me more. It was weird, but I didn't complain. Little did I know that he was trying to learn how I behaved so he could pretend to be me with Lisa. One school morning, I was eating on the breakfast table, and Jay came down the stairs to the breakfast table. When I set eyes on him, I almost choked on my toast. Jay was dressed the exact same way I was. Blue plaid shirt worn over a black top and a pair of blue jeans. This was surprising to everyone because Jay had always preferred cooler clothes. I didn't put too much thought to it because it didn't cross my mind that he had an ulterior motive. He didn't stay long. He didn't even wait for breakfast. Something about an early meeting with the football coach. He quickly grabbed a phone and hurried off to school. I finished my breakfast and then grabbed my phone to head to school. I took a closer look at the phone and I saw that Jay had mistakenly swapped my phone with his. I got to school, but he was nowhere to be seen. I couldn't find Lisa either. She wasn't in our usual meeting spot. I walked into the school and I saw her friends in the distance, so I walked over to them to find out where she was. They gave me an odd look when I asked them if they'd seen Lisa. One of her friends said, you texted her to meet you in the boys' bathroom a few minutes ago? I wanted to deny it when suddenly I remembered that Jay wore the same clothes I did. Son of a, I yelled as I ran across the hallway into the bathroom. I kicked open the stalls one by one till I found them doing things that are too graphic to explain. I grabbed Jay by the shirt and hit him in the face. As I've said before, I wasn't as strong as Jay. So while he laughed and said I punched like a girl, I ended up hurting my wrist so bad that I needed an ice pack for a few days. Lisa was even madder at him, and she wanted to tell her parents and the school authorities. But the complaint sounded too absurd to report. For one, it was against school rules to make out anywhere on the school premises, so she could get a detention. So we decided to take law into our own hands and get back at him. At this time, Jay's popularity had skyrocketed across the high school. He had just taken over the quarterback position in the school football team, and everyone knew his name. We decided to use his popularity against him. Our biology class was going on a field trip, and it was going to be a long trip, 3 to 4 hours at least. So we brought a strong laxative the day before the trip. That morning, I hurried to the breakfast table, and when my mom wasn't watching, I dropped a few pills into his cup and then filled it with apple juice. Jay came down a few minutes later and ate his breakfast. He drank the juice in a few quick gulps, and we went to school. We joined the class and got on the bus for the school trip, and a few minutes later, the bus left. Jay sat with his jock friends, and Lisa and I watched from the back of the bus as they made jokes and teased the other kids. A little over 20 minutes later, we noticed Jay start to get all jittery and uncomfortable on his seat. Soon he started to sweat and hyperventilate, and suddenly he started to yell at the driver to stop the car. Lisa and I burst out laughing as he jumped from his seat holding his butt. The driver could not stop because we were in the middle of nowhere. Jay got all hysterical, screaming and yelling as he paced the aisle of the bus, still holding his buttocks. Some students brought their phones and started to film him, but he didn't seem to care at the moment. A few minutes later, the bus had to stop abruptly when a rancid smell spread all over the bus. Jay had soiled his pants. I nearly fell off my seat as I saw the humiliation wash over him. It was a sorry sight. The next day, the news had spread all over school that Jay the quarterback soiled his pants on a school trip. The nickname Panty Pooper stuck with him, and no matter what cool stuff he did, or how many awesome throws he made on the field, he couldn't get rid of the name. Jay knew I had something to do with the whole incident, but he didn't have any evidence, so he couldn't report to someone. And the fact that he didn't know how I did it, it made him scared of me, and he never bothered me again. At least I guess OP knew how far they could move along things with their girlfriend. But let's be real, that is some foul behavior from a brother no less. Do you guys believe in the dibs kind of behavior? Guys or girls, if you have a friend or maybe even a sibling of close age, if you're really interested in somebody, can you call dibs and that should be respected outright? I'd like to know what you guys think in the comments down below. Is sister destroys my Lego set, so I sabotaged her senior prom. I've done a lot of bad things in my day. Not because I'm a bad person, although that's up for discussion, but because it was necessary for my survival. You see, growing up, I never had any power, not in school, not at home. I was the middle child, and as you know, there's nothing really special about the middle child. I wasn't exceptional in school either. I was just ordinary. Normally, you'd think that would make me invisible, but as a matter of fact, it didn't. I got bullied by everyone. You'd think it would stop at school, but the sad truth is that even my elder sister, let's call her M, takes pride in bullying me also. But as I've said before, I did a lot of bad things to ensure my survival. And the last bad thing I did to her? Whew, well, it made her stop picking on me. It all started a few years ago when our parents decided that our family was too big to live in one of those cramped up apartments in the city. So during the summer, we moved to the suburbs, and we had to change schools because of that. I hated this arrangement at once because I was scared and insecure. I was really introverted, and I found it hard to make new friends. And while I didn't have many friends back in the city, at least people knew me and we'd come to some sort of understanding. But with this new school, there were so many variables. I wasn't looking to make any friends. The best I hoped for was to blend into the background. But what if it wouldn't work that way? What if I made a bad first impression and it stuck with me till the end of my time in school? That was my worst fear, and one thing you should know about your worst fears is that most of the time they came to pass. My sister M also had her fears about the new school. She was starting senior year, and she was one of the popular girls back in our old school, the leader of the cheerleading squad, and girlfriend to one of the hottest jocks on the lacrosse team. Unlike me, her fear was that she didn't want to be any less popular in the new school than she was in the old school. Because of this, she was willing to do anything, even sell me out to a bunch of bullies. Anyways, on our first day, I got to school a few minutes earlier than M. She didn't want us going to school together because she didn't want to be associated with a loser like me. I was wearing my favorite Star Wars top under a blue plaid short sleeve shirt, then a pair of brown cargo pants, and my glasses. Typical nerd look. Some jokers spotted me from afar and started to walk up to me. I saw them coming closer and I prayed that they wouldn't come to me. I wanted to run, but I couldn't. If I did, I was setting myself up for a lifetime of bullying. They stood by my locker and just stared at me for a few seconds. I guess they were trying to see if I was bullying material. As they stared at me, I began to sweat under the cool air conditioner. They exchanged a look and laughed. Then they asked me if I had any lunch money with me. I handed it to them without a word, and they went on their way. During lunch break, I went into the cafeteria to check if my sister was there. I was really hungry, and I hoped that she would be sympathetic to my plight and maybe share her lunch. I found her at one of the tables, and to my surprise, she was seated with the jocks that stole my lunch money, along with some other people. I literally had to work up the courage to walk up and talk to her. One of the jocks spotted me and said something like, "Hey, it's the Star Wars nerd." The others turned to me and then laughed, even my own sister. But that's not even the worst part. One of the girls in the cheerleading squad looked at me with disgust, then turned to M and said, "Wait, is that your brother?" M looked at me and without thought, she turned to the girl, shrugged, and said, "He's adopted." What the heck? I walked away from that table in shame. I could handle bullying any time, any day, because I felt like the people that mattered to me, my family, that they would always have my back. But I was wrong. M told everyone that I was adopted, which was a lie, by the way, so she could keep being on the ins with the cool kids in school. Day after day, week after week, it never got any easier. It was as though the jocks were looking for new and creative ways to bully me. One time after the gym, I went to take a shower, and these crazy jocks went into my locker. They stole my underwear, my normal clothes, and my gym clothes, and then they scattered them across the hallway. I had to leave the boys' locker room with my towel to pick my clothes up from the floor. The whole school laughed at me as I walked out with a towel wrapped around my body. I had to be careful with the way I walked because I wasn't wearing any underwear under the towel. I picked up my clothes around the hallway and walked back into the locker room to dress up. After that, I went to the principal to report the issue. The jocks were questioned, but because I didn't see the person who stole my clothes, there wasn't much he could do. The days after that, the bullying intensified. It was as though they were trying to get revenge on me for reporting them to the principal. Anyways, I started to make some friends in school though. Some other geeks and nerds who were also getting bullied as much as I was. We kind of formed an alliance, which I was the leader of, so whenever one of us was getting bullied, the others would run to call the nearest teacher. This actually kind of worked for a while, and the bullying subsided. Then, one day out of the blue, my sister M walked into my room and apologized for how she'd been treating me for the past few months. I was really shocked, but she was my family. All I ever wanted from her was to love and accept me, so when she came to apologize, I quickly forgave her. She started to hang out with me at home. I told my friends in the alliance about this new development, and while they were happy for me, they told me to be careful with her. They explained that we've not been bullied for a while because we stuck together in school. Our home is very different, and we couldn't look out for each other there. One of the members of our alliance and my closest friend, Barry, was a cynic. He told me point blank that M is faking her newfound love and affection for me, and I should be prepared because she was playing a long con. I didn't believe him. I didn't want to believe him because that would just break my heart again, and I didn't think I was ready for that. One day, M came up with this grand idea. She wanted us to spend the whole weekend together and just talk and hang out. She started first, and she told me about this guy she liked, Jake, who, by the way, was one of the major jerks in the whole lacrosse team. Turns out they've been hanging out a lot, and he already asked her to be his girlfriend. I wanted to tell her that he wasn't the best fit for her, but as I said before, we were in the first legs of our newfound relationship, and I needed to tread carefully. I nodded and smiled as she talked about how she was going to say yes to him the next week, and how he was going to take her to prom and how it was going to be perfect because they were going to win prom king and queen. Then the conversation switched to me. There wasn't much to say because I knew that my interests and hers weren't aligned. I didn't want to talk too much about myself because I was scared of boring her. Then she asked me about my interests. She seemed genuinely interested, so why not? I took her to my room and showed her my most prized possession, my Star Wars combo pack Lego set, which contained a Naboo swamp and a Gungan sub. This was a vintage Star Wars Lego set, and it was given to me by my best friend in the city a few years back. He got it for a little over $50 at the time, but as the production of that particular set stopped, it became rare and expensive. At the time I showed it to M, it was a little over $700. And by the time of this writing, the complete set was selling for a little over $1,000. Em and I sat in my room and talked while we broke down and rebuilt the set. I told her about my love for Star Wars, and I went full geek mode on her, explaining why Luke Skywalker is the greatest hero ever, and why I thought Darth Vader actually deserved a second chance. Em listened to all my ramblings with rapt attention. After the weekend, I was really happy because I thought this was a new era in our relationship as brother and sister. She had actually taken the time to know me, and that felt great. The next Monday, I saw Em in the hallway, and I tried to talk to her, but she was back to her cold, unresponsive self. I merely shrugged and decided that maybe she wasn't feeling well. That day, during lunch break, I sat with my friends and we just talked. Then a moment later, Jake and some of the lacrosse jocks walked up to us. Barry and some of my other friends in the alliance were ready to summon a teacher, but to my utmost shock, Jake pulled out my Gungan sub and Naboo swamp from his bag. Then he told me to tell the rest of the alliance to have their seats, which I did. I turned over to look at Em, and there she was laughing hysterically at my predicament. At that moment, I felt pain like never before. Not because of the Lego set, but because I put my trust in my sister and she betrayed me. Turns out that Barry was right after all. Jake and all of the other bullies collected all of our lunch money and told them to meet them at an abandoned warehouse after school if I wanted my Lego set back. When I got there, I got a beat down, and then they set the Lego on fire. I cried my eyes out as I watched it burn and melt. There was literally nothing I could do. I got home that day and told my parents about the incident. They went to the school authorities and the jocks were given detention. Em wasn't given detention because she claimed that the set was stolen from her bag. She was grounded at home for 2 weeks though, but I decided that 2 weeks of grounding wasn't enough. If she wants to ruin our relationship, well, I'll help her go all the way. I met up with my friends in the cafeteria a few weeks later, and I told them of my revenge scheme. They asked how I planned to do it, and I told them. You see, Em was a chronic sleepwalker. something she was very embarrassed about and only a few people knew. I could have used this information to get back at her for all the bullying, but because I felt that we were family and we shouldn't do hurtful things to each other, well, we're way past that now. At first, I wanted to spread this rumor in school to ruin her rep, but it wasn't enough. I didn't just want to ruin her rep, I wanted to ruin her life. Then Barry suggested something. Why not do something to her and blame it on the sleepwalking? My eyes lit up as I remembered the conversation we had at home about how the senior prom is the most important thing in her life at the moment. That's where I'm gonna hit her. In the weeks leading to the prom, Em was really stressed out. Between visiting every mall in town till she found the perfect dress, to getting her hair done, then her spa treatment, she didn't have the time to notice that I was watching her every move. When I was ready to strike, I bought a pack of sleeping pills and a new pair of scissors. A day before the prom, we were supposed to have a family dinner. I made sure to help out in the kitchen that day so I could have access to Em's food. We were having pasta and meatballs, so there was no way I could spike her food with the sleeping pills. So I decided to spike the orange juice instead. Unfortunately, this meant that my mom and my younger brother Kelvin will be affected. Well, it was only sleeping pills. They'd sleep like a log through the night, but they'd be fine. I spiked the drink and watched with delight as Em drank 2 whole cups of juice. A few hours later, I walked by her door and knocked. She didn't answer. The pill had already taken effect. I hurried back to my room and took the pair of scissors, then went back into Em's room. I started with her prom dress. I sliced it into shreds and returned it to her closet, but it wasn't enough. She could easily get a last-minute dress at the mall. So I decided to shred something she won't be getting at the last minute, her hair. That long, straight, platinum blonde hair she was so proud of. I snipped and shredded one part of her hair till her scalp was visible. Then I shredded a part of the other side. When I was satisfied, I put the scissors in her hands, then went back to sleep. The next day, it was her screams that woke me up. I joined my parents as they hurried into her room, and the sight was one to behold. Em was crying and rolling on the floor as she looked in the mirror. Then she pointed her finger at me, telling them I did it because she stole my Lego set. I promptly denied it. My parents didn't believe her because they knew of her sleepwalking and they found the scissors in her room. And so, Em couldn't go to her prom. She cried for the whole day in her room while I laughed in mine. We still don't talk till today, but who cares? She's too scared to bully me now, and that's good enough for me. I've never really been big on the idea of mutilating somebody's hair as a form of revenge against them. I just think it's one of those lines you really shouldn't cross. But considering what they did to OP, it's hard to blame OP for any of it. I mean, after everything that they've done to OP, all the bullying and torturing and beatdowns, when OP decides to go for the scissors, you're kind of just glad that they stopped at just cutting her hair. I sent my best friends to jail. Getting screwed over by a friend is one thing, but by an entire friend group? It's probably one of the most damaging things a person can experience in their lifetime. I, 27-year-old female, have never really been an extrovert. I've always kept to myself and maintained the same friend group since I was 5 years old. My father was in the army, so we moved around a lot. I can't remember much of it because I was an only child and I was a toddler for all the years we moved around until we finally settled down in one place. I started school in a new city, and by the end of the first week, I'd basically picked out 3 girls as my close friends. We'll call them Gracie, Fran, and Nina. All 3 of us were inseparable, and fortunately our parents also tolerated themselves well enough for us to continue being friends, even getting close and becoming friends themselves. I loved my friends, and being an only child meant that I was incredibly protective of them. Each of them had siblings, Gracie with 2, Fran with 2, and Nina with 1. And I loved having all of them over. For my parents, it meant an incredibly full house, but they'd been only children as well, so they actually didn't mind it too much. Still, it must have been a lot having so many children over, and I'm always going to be thankful to them for being so graceful and tolerating us all. My parents were also much better off financially. Mom being an artist and dad being a retired soldier with a huge auto/convenience shop. so they were able to cover a lot of the financial expenses that came with having a daughter who wanted people over all the time. Whatever I had, I wanted my friends to have, and somehow my parents decided that my friends' siblings had to have it too. From the age of 5 until we turned 17 and had to go to college, Gracie, Fran, Nina, and I never spent up to 3 whole weekends apart. We were attached at the hip and went everywhere together, did everything together, and managed to keep fights and arguments to a minimum. While I was the calmer, more level-headed one of my group, my friends were wild. And I got to know this when we just entered high school. Gracie was the ringleader of this and the wildest by far. You would never expect it from her because, unlike me, she didn't dye her hair or have her ears almost completely pierced by the end of high school. She was a poster girl for being a good student, even having the grades to prove it. Then again, all 4 of us had good grades anyway. Nina and Fran were just happy to be involved in whatever shenanigans Gracie had planned. A lot of times, they lied to their parents about overnight sleepovers at mine, and with the knowledge that no calls would be made across, my friends would head off to one party or the other, only calling me when they needed to be picked up and taken back to mine for the sleepover. I didn't mind it. If anything, I was living vicariously through my friends, because I just didn't want to experience it directly. The dynamic worked perfectly for us until Fran got knocked up by a literal felon. Gracie figured it out before she started showing, and on a weekend that my parents weren't home, I got my car and drove us all over town, looking for a hospital or center that would end the pregnancy for an underage pregnant girl. None of them would do it without an adult's consent, and we had to figure it out on our own with the help of the darker side of the internet. It's a miracle Fran lived through it. After the incident, you would think that my friends would calm down with their intensity, but it became even much worse. They were determined to live their lives to the fullest, and as a scared friend, I decided that it was my duty to go around with them and make sure they didn't get roofied by an organ harvester or worse. Between attending these parties, staying on top of my grades, and my little job at my dad's workshop, I was constantly exhausted. So exhausted that one day we were driving back home from a party and I fell asleep at the wheel. I woke up in a hospital with a broken arm, but luckily my friends were perfectly fine, and my car suffered very minor dents. Somehow, a ton of drugs were found on my person, and it was assumed that I owned them. Nothing I said was taken into consideration, and I was presented with a lot of things that could potentially happen to me. Thankfully, my parents were able to shake off most of the consequences I was to have, settling with 1,000 hours of community service. I knew that Gracie planted the drugs on me because she was the only one who actually did them. I waited for an acknowledgement or an apology at least, but none of it came. She, Fran, and Nina pretended nothing ever happened and continued to show up like normal. I never mentioned it either, but it created anger in my heart, and I promised myself to do something of equal intensity back to Gracie for putting me in the position, and the other girls for knowing and not saying anything to me at least. I wouldn't have ratted out on them if they'd spoken up. Barely a year after the incident, all 4 of us graduated from high school with different college plans. I was glad to finally get away from all the anger I was holding from my best friends, and get into a space where I would make decisions concerning just myself. Contrary to what a lot of people advised, my 4 years in college were the best time of my life. I had a lot of fun just being my own person and studying to become an auto engineer like my father. I also had a bit of my mother's artist streak, so I also did some painting and some digital art on the side. Once I returned home, my parents left me in charge of everything and jetted off for a long holiday. I was completely fine with it though, and the space and alone time I anticipated was just as nice as I thought they would be. Basically, everything was pretty good. Until I realized that Gracie, Fran, and Nina were graduating and coming back home. We hadn't spoken in a while, all 4 of us, so I was anticipating what our relationship would be like when we reunited. It was genuinely nice when we first saw each other, and I really had missed them. Somehow, the topic that I was home alone for a while entered the conversation, and all 3 of my friends insisted that we had a sleepover, just like old times. Going against my instincts, I agreed to it and stocked up the house for a week-long slumber party. It was so obvious that all three girls were the same people I knew from high school because it was a wild, wild time being around them. They were almost always high, and in the few moments they weren't, they were doing their makeup or dressing up to go to one party or the other. I found myself working 3 jobs, a mechanic/illustrator in the daytime, and a designated driver at night. What was supposed to be just 1 week spiraled into several weeks, and I was getting sick of it. I prepared myself mentally to kick them out, and I was going to do it until I came back home one day to find my entire house trashed. All 3 girls were nowhere to be found, and every single room in my house was unlocked. I went into my bedroom and thankfully it was completely untouched. However, some of my parents' most precious decorative pieces were missing. I did my best to clean up, super angry of course, and swearing never to speak to them again. They showed up a few days later, sober and talking about how they'd run out of money and had to sell a few things to get their drugs. I let them know that the only way I would speak to them again and not turn them to their parents or the police was if they found a way to return every single thing that they sold. This didn't sit well with them, especially Gracie, and I was bathed in insults about how much of a stuck-up witch I was. It took me by surprise because all I had ever done was be there for these girls, even while they screwed their own lives. Of course, Nina and Fran supported Gracie while she rained insults on me, letting me know just how much of a stuck-up prude I was and how I didn't deserve much else but a miserable time in life. It hurt, I'll be honest, but not as much as what they did to my gadgets. Barely days after, I found my house broken into, messed up from top to bottom. Like, purposely messed up. This time, my room wasn't protected because they broke down the door and cleared out my most important files from my laptop, including a project that I was working very hard on for a huge activewear company. It was such a specific thing that I didn't have a hard time pointing the entire thing back to the only people I told about it. I didn't feel too sad because I had everything besides the lost recent small changes backed up to a hard drive, but I was livid. All of the anger from high school that I talked myself into letting go came back, and combined with how I was feeling, it was a lot of emotions that I wasn't planning on letting go of anytime soon. The summer was almost over, and I knew that all 3 girls were supposed to start new jobs at different companies around town. I paid a guy $1,500 to hack into their devices and export all of their most compromising images and videos from their nights out. Combined with all of the photographic evidence I'd also taken, none of it was taken with malicious intent. I turned them into short montages, personalized to each of them. I also did some snooping and found that Gracie not only did an insane amount of drugs, but she was dealing also. She'd been dealing long before we went off to college. It was a nice little information to add to the compromising information that I had of them. A part of me hoped that they would come back and apologize so that I wouldn't have to exact revenge on any of them, but instead I got a lot of mean, anonymous messages from 3 numbers. How much more childish could they be? The Friday before my now ex-best friends were to resume at their new jobs, I sent in the videos through an anonymous email that would disappear immediately that the file was downloaded onto the computer. I also sent it in to their parents and then added a small tip-off to the police, anonymously of course. It was the most satisfying thing watching their lives blow up right before my eyes, with the knowledge that I was the reason for it. They of course hadn't had an inkling of an idea that it was me, and that was the most fun part. When my parents returned from their little backpacking across Europe trip, I told them the entire truth because, as much as it felt good, it was also pretty heavy on my chest. As parents, they were against it and a little upset with me, but as people who had been wronged before, they understood exactly why I did it. It's been 5 years since the entire incident, and I've moved from the city, opening up a different branch of my dad's workshop somewhere else. I also haven't kept in touch with any of them, but Gracie is still serving jail time, Fran is married to someone she met in rehab, and Nina fell off the face of the earth. My step-grandma tried to kill me. I've seen a ton of posts about parents, step-parents, and basically figures of authority being absolute jerks, and wreaking havoc, but I haven't seen anything that relates to my life. I decided that I would tell a story that somehow became the most memorable Thanksgiving I had ever had. My parents were married for only 3 years and had my older sister and me before getting a divorce. And then my mom disappeared from the face of the earth. We were still pretty small when he got married to our stepmother. She's an angel of a person, and I feel like mentioning that she's white and we're black is very crucial to the story. Our stepmom Stacy and our dad met on the set of a film, and not just any film, but an adult film that he was to take still for. Somehow, our stepmom was being abused, and our dad had to fight off some men to save her. A real fairy tale story, and you can figure out what happens after. They became friends and decided to quit the industry and start a business together. It worked for them, and in less than 2 years, they were married to each other. As for my older sister and I, we fell in love with Stacy probably the minute we saw her, because she was much kinder than the nannies and babysitters that our dad hired. I was almost 3 when my dad and Stacy got married, but I've called her mom since before I can remember. There were no problems with my dad and Stacy, and even Stacy's dad. He was a trucker for almost 30 years, and he was exposed enough to different people to be okay with them. He loves my dad and comes around to ours every Sunday for dinner. Stacy's mother, on the other hand, my step-grandmother, hated my dad. Not for any special reason, but for the fact that he's black. Basically, she's racist. It didn't matter to her that my dad saved her daughter's life, fell in love with her, and treated her right. What mattered to her was that his skin color didn't match hers, and therefore he was bad. My dad said that she wasn't accepting of the relationship from the beginning, but her husband, Stacy's dad, was. She even threatened to not attend the wedding, and it took a lot of coaxing to get her to not stand up when the priest got to the "speak now or hold your peace if you're against the union" part. After the ceremony, she left immediately, and she never stopped letting them know that she didn't approve of their relationship. It got so bad that she called the cops on my dad every time he tried to visit with Stacy and us when we were much younger. Her antics got so crazy that Stacy told her that she would stay away until there was some kind of change in her behavior. Stacy got pregnant with her first child and my dad's third when I was 3, which was barely months after their marriage, and my step-grandma was ludicrous. She apparently offered to overlook what a huge sin abortion was and provide the means for her to get one if it meant removing a black baby from her womb. I have no idea how my stepmother was able to overlook that kind of a comment from her own mother, who was supposed to be happy that she was married to the love of her life and pregnant. But she did. Despite my dad's warnings, Stacy visited her mother more often after she got pregnant because, according to her, when she wasn't being racist, she was pretty okay. Stacy started to fall sick a lot towards the beginning of her second trimester, but it was attributed to being normal. No alarms were raised until one day, she started to cough aggressively and bleed from between her legs. She was rushed to the hospital, and after a few scans were done, they realized that Stacy's mom had been poisoning her own daughter to try and induce an early end to the pregnancy. It was by a miracle that Stacy and the baby survived, but after the incident, Stacy cut off her mother for good. I was still a toddler when all of that was happening, and I would have never have known about it if Stacy didn't sit us all down to give us a crash course on her mother when I was about 15. Apparently, she wanted to reconnect with my stepmom again and had been trying to for years. Stacy didn't want to because we're her kids and she has to protect us from harm, even if it meant never speaking to her mother again. But her dad and my dad kept telling her that it had been enough time and that her mother might have changed. She didn't budge until she learned that her mother had a heart condition that wasn't letting up. This turned out to be a lie in the end, and the guilt from having her mother die from grief sent her right back. And before we knew it, they were speaking. While initially rekindling their relationship, my stepmom kept us out of it, going over on her own or with my dad sometimes, but never taking any of us over. It wasn't until I turned 17, which was almost 2 years later, that we all met my step-grandma again. Well, for my little brother, it was the first time. Now, I did mention earlier that my dad and my biological mom were both black, hence giving birth to black kids. Well, my mother was actually mixed, so her skin was much lighter, light enough that in the winter, If she straightened her hair, she could be mistaken for a white woman. My older sister looked like a spitting image of all of the pictures of our mother. They were both slim and fair-skinned and could pass as white in the winter. I, on the other hand, have always been much darker. I've never minded it because my dad and Stacy taught me to love myself, regardless of what I looked like or what the world thought. And that's what I always did. My stepbrother's also pretty light-skinned, seeing as his mother's white and his father's black. My dad and I are the only dark-skinned people in our family. My first Thanksgiving over at my step-grandparents' was a very awkward affair, and I gathered quickly that my step-grandmother did not like me much. She treated my siblings much nicer, served them food first, and left my dad and me to fend for ourselves. My step-grandfather noticed this and he tried to make up for all the ways she was lacking, but it was a sorely obvious attempt at letting us know who she liked and who she didn't. I sobbed my eyes out that day when we got back home, but I also promised myself never to let it upset me again. It still did, I'll be honest, but for the next 2 years I braved it out at these family gatherings, but hated every moment of it. Last year, Stacy decided that we would begin spending Easter, the 4th of July, and Thanksgiving with her family instead of just Thanksgiving. It made sense, seeing as her mother had loosened up and my dad had no family of his own. Easter was okay, but the food tasted wonky to me. It must have shown on my face while I ate because the next thing I knew, my step-grandmother had burst into tears, talking about how I hurt her feelings when she put so much effort into the food. It was a little too dramatic in my opinion, but my dad and Stacy made me apologize, which I did. We got some leftovers to take home, and when I ate from some of it, it tasted pretty normal. Later that night, I had a terrible stomach ache and sat in the bathroom the entire night, crying my guts and my eyes out. It didn't occur to me that it could be anything else, probably overeating, so I didn't tell my stepmom or dad, but I did tell my sister. And she noted that my dad complained of a stomachache earlier but took some pills for it. The entire event was forgotten about until a random week in June when my parents went out to have some time alone and asked my step-grandmother to look after us. I found it insulting because my older sister was 21, I was 19, and our little brother was 15 and looked much older. When I complained, they promised that it was just an excuse for her to get closer to us for all the years that she missed. I mean, whose fault was it? It was no secret that she didn't like me, and while my siblings sympathized with me, I encouraged them to enjoy the attention and gifts she gave them. I've always been an introvert, and music was enough to block out a lot of things for me. The week she spent at ours started off okay. I did all my chores and stayed in my room, so much that I barely even ate, save for the few times it took snacks from the fridge up to my room. I just wanted to avoid my step-grandma as much as possible. I thought I'd be let off easy, but I got a call from Stacy that her mother had been complaining about me being rude and not speaking to her when she was just trying to be close to me. I knew that wasn't the case, but I also really hated being scolded, so I apologized once again and started spending time downstairs. Step-gran was nice in a very pretentious way, and the night before she left, she made some homemade pizza. I couldn't stomach more than a few bites because it didn't taste good, but my siblings were literally wolfing it all down. When she left to use the bathroom, I asked my sister if I could take a bite from her food, and it tasted nothing like mine. This was the point where I realized that the possibility of me being poisoned was high. My sister insisted on tasting my own pizza, and she could only stomach one bite before spitting the rest out. The next morning, she left pretty early, and my sister and I were sick. Me more than her because I consumed more than her. When Stacy and my dad returned from their trip, I could sense some tension between them and didn't want to say anything, but my older sister spoke up about it, which made Stacy really upset. For some reason, she felt like we were just attacking her mother, and instead of listening to reason, she packed an overnight bag and went to stay over at her mother's. In the bid to keep some peace, my dad decided that we were just sorely misinformed and insisted that my older sister and I apologize to our stepmother and step-grandmother for even thinking that she could be poisoning us. I really didn't want to, but I really hate conflict and despise the thought of being the cause of said conflict even more. So my sister and I apologized with flowers, and after an earful, everything slowly returned back to normal. When Thanksgiving arrived, we went over to the step-grandparents' house for dinner. It started out good until it was time to eat. I felt a little skeptical, but my sister encouraged me, claiming that if I ate, everyone would see that she and I weren't lying at all, and it would be obvious that my grandmother was trying to poison one of us. After the grace, I started to eat, and this time the food tasted normal. Still, I felt really anxious until my sister started talking about how we liked to swap food with each other when we were younger and suggested doing it. It was a wholesome little story, but we both knew what we were doing. I looked over at my step-grandma, and her eyes were as wide as saucers. She asked why we needed to because it was the same thing we were eating. My sister shrugged and said it was a tradition we wanted to rekindle, but Stacy's mother continued to argue with her for some reason. Everyone looked at her weird because what was so strange about two sisters exchanging their bowls of food? After some arguing, my step-grandma was trying to put an end to the conflict when my step-grandma yelled out that she didn't like how I was teaching my older sister to disrespect her. As a response, my sister asked her why she was trying to poison me. Of course, she denied. So my sister asked her to eat the food. This is where she tried to back out, but everyone had become too invested in the case. It was when her own daughter asked if she was really trying to poison us that she took offense and ate 3 giant spoonfuls from my bowl, swallowed it, and asked if she was dead yet. It was really awkward after, and no one really spoke again until we had to leave at night. Coincidentally, at the very same time, my step-grandmother had begun vomiting her guts out in the bathroom. She didn't want her husband to inform us, but it was really bad, and she needed to be taken to the emergency room. It didn't take a shaman to realize that I'd been right all along, and in addition to ingesting poisonous food that her 65-year-old body couldn't handle, removing an enlarged spleen, and having her own daughter cut ties with her, her husband also requested a divorce. For obvious reasons, as well as fear for his own life, I've never seen karma act so fast, but I'm really glad that she stepped in before me. My dad or my older sister could have seriously gotten hurt by my racist ex-grandmother's antics. This year's Thanksgiving was just my family and step-grandpa, and it was easily the most peaceful one I've had since I was 17. This is one of those stories where you finish it and you're like, first A, oh my god. B, everybody cutting them off, divorcing, losing a relationship with everybody, that's letting them off lightly. They should be locked up behind bars, maybe without the key, sending my stepmother where she belongs. There's been an age-long stereotype about step-parents and the evil that they do, and while it's just a stereotype, there are some people who make it a reality. Currently, I'm 20 years old and I live with my father and little sister, but about 3 years ago, all 3 of us lived in a completely different place. My mother died a day after my 10th birthday. She'd been struck with recurring cancer for almost 7 years before then, and with the amount of chemo she was subjected to, during that time, she didn't do much other than lay around. The only time she genuinely did better was when she was pregnant with my little sister. When I was 5 and my sister was 3, my mother was told that she only had at least a year to live. She promised me, however, that she would live until my 10th birthday, and she did. She planned the best birthday party for me, and then we had our final movie night as a family. That day will always remain in my memories as the best day in my life. When we woke up the next day, my mother had passed on. It was a very sad time for our family, and to this day we still miss her dearly. After my mother died, my father became very detached from us. I don't blame him, as he had to deal with the loss of his wife, the financial burden that her illness caused, and 2 depressed preteens. He was really going through it. He did try his best to be there for us as much as he could, which wasn't a lot, but he tried. At first, he tried to employ nannies to look after us, but then he stopped, letting us know that he couldn't afford it anymore. Not too long after that, we moved to the countryside in a much smaller house to cut costs. Plus, it wasn't that unusual to leave kids on their own at home there. When I was 13 and at the peak of puberty, my dad started seeing some other people. It upset me a lot, and upset my little sister even more. so much that she oversalted the poor woman's dinner. Our dad brought a few more dates home, and we pranked every one of them until he just stopped introducing us to them. Funnily enough, during this time that we were ruining his chances at ever dating anyone in an already sparse country area, we got closer to him. There were things we talked about and bonded over that we never did before, and he worked more remotely and was able to teach us things like starting a fire on our own and learning to work a grill and making world-class burgers. We were getting a little more comfortable being a 3-person family and having fun together when my dad decided to ruin it by bringing yet another woman home. From the get-go, I disliked this new lady. Let's call her Sue. She seemed like a little weird, too sweet and too nice and just too agreeable. She didn't do anything wrong, knew when she was welcome, and even got my witchy little sister to listen to her and like her. I refused to budge though because I just didn't agree with her in the way she did things. My dad stopped taking my sister and me fishing or doing any of the bonding activities we used to do because either he was too busy working or spending time with her. As a 15-year-old kid with no social life and 0 friends besides my dad and little sister, it wasn't my favorite time to be alive. I grew very bitter towards Sue, and she made it known to me numerous times that she didn't like me or care about me in the slightest, especially since she already had my dad and sister on her side. When I turned 17, Sue got married to my father at a small church wedding, and our lives became a smaller version of a living heck after that. My dad soon after got a different job in the city. It was on site and required him to be away 4 days out of the week. So it was just my sister, me, and Sue. Sue immediately became even colder to me, coddling my sister to be a little mini her. I didn't care about it initially because I was a brooding teenager who had his own life, or lack thereof, to worry about, but with the time, my sister started to dress in clothes that weren't very appropriate for a 15-year-old girl, and Sue endorsed the behavior. Whenever I tried to talk to my father about it, he was too tired from work, or just wanted some time to rest before he would need to go back to work again. I decided to take matters into my own hands and convince my sister to apply for jobs with me so that she would be around Sue less. Thankfully, she agreed and we both got jobs at a local cafe. She began to talk to me again, and I realized that Sue was just poisoning my very impressionable little sister's mind, telling her that it was profitable to date older men and even talking about how useless college was when you could just get someone to pay you for existing. The horror of it all was that my sister sounded excited about the prospect of being an instrument of her own destruction, by Sue's hands at that. Note that I was still 17 at this time, and we lived in a conservative countryside, so I hadn't really gotten a good briefing on sex education or anything of the sorts. But I knew that some things led to other things and painted the most gory image for my sister, enough to scare her head to be screwed on right again. Sue noticed that we were being cautious of her again, and she somehow got the memo that my sister and I didn't like her. During the week when my father was away, my sister and I basically took care of ourselves, and Sue didn't do anything until my father got back from work, and then we pretended that we got along for his peace of mind. On a random Friday evening, some uniformed men barged in right after dinner time and accused my father of fraud. Everyone was shocked and was asking for a better explanation, but he was carted off in what seemed like the blink of an eye. For a few days, Sue disappeared, and we planned on going to a relative's place to stay in the meantime until we knew what was going on with our dad. We had just gotten to the relative's place when Sue came to pick us up with a note from the court to say she was in charge of holding on to us until our dad returned from court or till his court case was decided upon. She didn't seem as upset about the whole thing as we were. Heck, she didn't seem upset at all. Her face showed no emotions, but her body language was very relaxed. Too relaxed for someone whose husband just got carted to jail. Apparently, our father had stolen hundreds of thousands of dollars from unsuspecting farmers and people who lived around us in the name of some false business. My father worked a very hands-on job, so he had to be great at multitasking and Facebook marketing to do something like that. The old man could barely use a smartphone. Talk more about Facebook or fraud or anything of the sort. My sister and I knew our dad was innocent. All we needed was proof. Despite Sue having custody of us, she was almost never home, and when she eventually did come home, she was holed up in the bedroom. My sister had a smart idea to run into the room pretending to have intense cramps and take a peek at the laptop. True to our suspicion, Sue was on Facebook at that moment. And although we couldn't see exactly what she was doing, our main question had been answered. Getting into her room when she wasn't around was super easy because we had spare keys to all the bedrooms. But then we faced the problem of getting her password. My sister decided to place her phone in a hidden corner to take a video that she hoped would help us figure something out. It did, and we had strategic times when we would go and take pictures of all the evidence with our phones. Turns out Sue wasn't only running an illegal and fake business, but she was also using my father's identity to do it. She was really brave because after him getting arrested for fraud, she still didn't stop. In my opinion, it was by sheer luck she hadn't been caught yet. I honestly wasn't surprised because with all the crappy advice she gave my sister, it had to come from someone who thought the same way. My sister was a little more upset about it because even as much as she stayed away from Sue, some part of her still respected her and saw her as a constant motherly figure. Our mom died when she was 8 and I was 10, so I can understand why a mother figure is important to her. Heck, I wanted one too, but I would pick a capybara over Sue. I suggested taking all of the evidence straight to the police, but my sister wanted to add a little more to whatever charges Sue was already going to get. I had no idea where her rebellious streak came from, but I was elated to join. For the rest of the week, after we found out what Sue was up to, we made it a point to always get in her way and annoy her every day until one day she finally had enough and pulled my sister by her hair, yelling lots of nasty things at her and admitting to sending our dad away so that she could finally teach us to be useful. There were some other things said, but that stood out to me the most. I also got an audio recording of her voice, and even though she was in pain, my sister was happy with the result. I decided to take it one step further and suggested getting bruised so that it would go with the voice recording, to implicate her further. Was it a crappy move? Extremely. Did I or my sister regret it? Not at all. My sister deliberately hit some parts of her on household furniture to give her a bunch of colorful bruises, while I got my friend from my job to give me a couple of punches here and there. My eye had a huge purple bruise and my lip was cut, things that didn't seem outrageous for her to do. In proper Sue fashion, she didn't notice. And after a day when the bruises looked a lot grosser, my sister and I went to the police with teary eyes and an audio recording, as well as other evidence to free our father. It was a spectacle, watching Sue scream and cuss at us while the police dragged her away for child abuse. My sister and I went to stay with a relative until my father was finally freed and Sue was charged with child abuse, fraud, and identity theft. Dad also presented her with divorce papers and she paid him a lot of money for damages concerning the fraud, as well as spousal support for the damages done as well. It was a lot of money, and Dad used it to move us back to the city. We were able to get our old house back, and I finished my last year of high school at my mother's old school before getting into college. Dad's working remotely again, and he still dates, but this time he keeps it strictly casual. I don't know how many years Sue got, but it's enough that she won't be pretty enough to steal anyone's money by the time she's out. I broke her legs for a C. I don't believe in stereotypes, but if I did, I would definitely call myself that character in every movie that doesn't focus on anything other than schoolwork and has like a rigid schedule or whatever. And I think that sort of explains why I went so extreme with what I did, but then again, I don't believe in stereotypes. And I don't think I need to explain why I did it by putting a label on it, but I haven't told this to anyone, so who better to judge me than the internet? School has never been easy for me because I had brain surgery when I was younger and got held back by a few years. So I have to work twice as hard as anybody my age just to meet up with them, and throughout high school, I took every advanced class I could lay my hands on and did all the extracurriculars I could find without disturbing my learning schedule. And I did all that so I could enter college within a year of my age group from middle school. It was one thing to be bullied for my neurological disorder by middle schoolers and elementary kids. I didn't want to have to go through the whole therapy, mental strength building, and creating a cold front in high school, and definitely not in college. So I did everything I had to, just to make sure they had no ammunition to bully or try to attack me. My last therapist called it a bad coping mechanism, but that's why he was my last therapist. I won't entertain anything that tries to change my life plan. And with the way I've created a balance of carefully selected friends from the music store I work at and some of my study groups, I don't see anything bad about the way I live life. Focus was never a toxic thing, not even when my friends call me cynical. It's the only thing that got me through recovery at 11. And when this person tried to tamper with my focus, I had no choice but to react at the most extreme I could. I was in my final semester of sophomore year at college, and although the schoolwork was more than I anticipated, I was prepared for it. And to some extent, I think that made me stand out. I had some professors who thought my commitment to schoolwork was inspirational, but there was one in particular who suggested I visit the school counselor whenever I asked about possibilities of taking on more work for credits. She thought I had more time than I should have for schoolwork, and that meant I didn't have a balance. To prove her wrong, I worked relentlessly on her coursework and got the highest grade point at the end of that semester. But that only seemed to reinforce her belief, and I eventually picked another elective because, like I said, I don't need anything changing the course of my life. So when I joined a group project full of people I had never spoken to or met at any of the random study groups I tend to join for fun, just to check out my competition or whatnot, I knew it was going to be difficult. I tried to get the graduate assistant who assigned the groups to change my placement, but he was adamant, so I had to find a way to make it work. It was related to school, and I wasn't going to let anything, not even my own preferences, stand in the way of doing a great project. I inserted myself into the group as best as I could, getting to know everyone, and secretly figuring out their academic strengths and weaknesses. And by the end of the next day, after the project was assigned, I was naturally the group leader, and all of them were in line with the ideas I had. All except one. It wasn't just that she wasn't agreeing with the plans, she just wasn't available. She missed all the group meetings we had during the brainstorming week, and then slept throughout the ones she started attending after we figured out what we wanted to do for our forensics project. But I didn't mind, as long as she stayed out of our way while we worked on the investigative report for our complex sample. I didn't have a problem with her, but we all had to identify a unique aspect of the report that was our individual idea, and everyone had pretty much found theirs, and she was still not participating. I tried to reach out to her, and I tried to get the professor to reassign her so she wouldn't affect the group's grade, but the only response my email got was, "I've heard about you, make it work. That's your group, that's your grade." And if there's anything I love to do, it's proving people wrong. She thought she was setting me up to fail, but I was determined to make it work. So I stalked the slacker. In a few days, I knew her full schedule, and when I showed up at the pastry place where she worked off campus, she was definitely surprised. I didn't have time to explain how I found her, so I cut straight to the chase. She had to start contributing to the group project, or I was going to cause more trouble for her at work. She didn't look like she believed me until I showed up at her dormitory just as she was coming back from the gym. I think that's when it really struck. She started coming for the group meetings, and although she was mostly quiet, she did drop notes on the Google document we were drafting our report on, and that was good enough for me, but we were in the second week of the project and we had to finalize our report. So I was very cautious with who was going to the lab to check on our project site, because the smallest tampering could affect the way our report was graded. And of course, the slacker just had to mess with it. About 2 days before we were due to turn in our report, the slacker got drunk and called everyone on the group chat for the project. It was about 2 a.m. and I was up, so I was the only one who answered the call, and I don't think she even realized it. She was rambling incoherently, and she just kept going on about how she didn't need to do crap because of some jerk that wanted perfect grades. I thought she was spitting drunk nonsense, but then I heard her say, "You know what? I'm gonna go do some of my work right freaking now." And by the time I realized what she meant, she had ended the call. I live about 30 minutes away from the lab, and by the time I got there, the night security guard was hauling her out of the lab where we worked. I rushed past them, and I was furious and shaking by the time I got to our project site. The slacker had poured beer all over the box that contained our sample site, and pieces of it were already crumbling. I couldn't hold back the scream I let out, and the security guard was rushing back to the lab to find out what happened. I drained the box and told him to please help me get to the security room so I could record the footage. He had seen everything that happened anyway, so it wasn't too difficult to convince him. I watched the slacker stumble into the lab and saw the security guard rushing in after her, but she was already murmuring hysterically and pouring her beer into the sample by the time he got to her. And then I saw myself rush to the scene. He allowed me to record the whole thing on my phone, and I left. As I walked back to my dormitory, I didn't realize when I started crying. I had done so much and put in so much work to make sure this project wasn't a waste of time, and this slacker was going to ruin everything because she wanted to take her anger at the world out on me. But I wasn't going to allow it. Almost immediately, I started composing an email to the professor with the video and screenshots of the group chat where the slacker responded negatively to all requests for meetings and contributions. I sent about 5 emails that night and got no responses back. I also forwarded the video to the group chat so all the other members of the group could see that she was the reason we were getting any grade less than an A. Although the professor didn't respond to any of my emails, I was hopeful that the video, plus the fact that I had begged for the slacker to be reassigned, would be enough to show that I didn't deserve to suffer a bad grade for someone else's mistake. We finished the report based on the information we already had, and submitted without the professor ever addressing what had happened. And neither did the slacker, though we all just gave her wide space after the whole incident happened. But then, a week after the whole thing happened and we submitted, our report was scored and individual grades were sent to our emails. But the group grade would also be recorded as a separate assessment. As a group, we scored B, and I was excited to check my email because a B, despite the crap show, meant that I definitely had an A. I was so wrong. I got a C, and the professor actually attached a note telling me that I assumed responsibility for the group when I volunteered to be group leader, and I had to take a lesson from forensics and be more about the holistic outcome. I honestly think I blacked out after reading that email. I did everything, sacrificed my time and energy, and did more work than I should have, all to avoid the slacker bringing a bad grade to my record. And what did I end up with? My first C in years. The professor wanted a holistic outcome, and I was ready to hand out one. The slacker didn't care about my education or hers, so I was going to make sure she didn't have the luxury to care about anything. I remembered her schedule from the days I'd stalked her, and while she was busy clocking in to work at the pastry shop, I went to her parked bicycle and took out a few bolts before heading back into my rental car and waiting for her to get off from work. As soon as she did, I trailed after her and waited until she got to the intersection, about 15 minutes away from the pastry shop. As soon as she passed the intersection and got on the deserted street that was a shortcut back to the main road leading to the college campus, I sped up and went in zigzags in front of her, knowing common sense would kick in and she would try to avoid getting hit. But her brakes would fail and my plan wouldn't. She crashed with the bike, and for better effect, I reversed the car over the bike that was tangled up in her legs and poured out a can of beer, the same brand she had spilled all over the project, all over her body as she screamed in pain. The beer was a 2-part touch. 1, people would think she was cycling drunk, and 2, she ruined my life with the drink and I was going to ruin hers with it. I hightailed it out of there, and when I was back at the dormitory, I called 911 from a cheap phone I bought earlier that day. I needed to make sure she didn't die, it would be too easy. When the professor sent out an email announcing that one of our course mates had an unfortunate accident, I was the first person to show up at the hospital with flowers and a get well soon card. As soon as she saw me, I knew that she knew, but she wouldn't say anything. I don't know how I knew, but I knew. Or maybe she was just afraid that I would do much worse than that if she somehow let it slip that I was involved. After all, when I got to her hospital room, after shedding a few tears at the nurse's station to convince them that she was my bestest friend, The first thing I told her was, consider us even. And just remember that I pay my debts back in multiples. And then I patted one of her hung up legs before setting the flowers down by her hospital bed. Sitting there gave me all the energy to not think about that horrid C that was staining my academic record, and I was able to clear my mind enough to plan for the courses that would make up for it. And she couldn't do anything but sit and stare with her broken legs. So, considering the outcome and what OP did here, I'm starting to think that that teacher that said that OP wasn't in a balance was kind of right. Although I'm slightly afraid to admit that because, I don't know, maybe OP will track me down and run my legs over. All I can say is OP has lots of confidence because being so willing as to share your story like this, when it heavily implicates them if the truth ever got out, and I don't think necessarily paints them in the best of light, they must feel pretty assured it'll never get back to them. Exposing my boyfriend to his family. I'm a 24-year-old female, and I was raised by 4 parents, 2 moms and 2 dads. Both of my biological parents were gay, but they were also beards for each other, getting married and having me until they could move far away and be with the people they truly loved. It's safe to say that I'm very understanding of the way things work in the world, and I'm also very supportive. My parents raised me to be a very receptive person, usually saying that you never knew what someone was going through. So it was better to be welcoming and kind instead of adding to their problems. That piece of advice stuck with me and shaped me into the person I am today. I made myself available to nearly everyone, taking on their emotional baggage from as young as elementary school. It didn't weigh on me much because I had a family that loved me to bits and treated me like I was just a much shorter adult. So it was easier to empty all of those baggages and not let them affect me once I was home. During freshman year of high school, I had one of my dads help me design a Tumblr blog to help students talk about things bothering them in my DMs, and then I would give them advice while posting positive mental health messages on my wall. I also designed posters and put them up. By the 3rd week of school, answering DMs and dishing out advice was a full-time job. But I loved it. I was everyone's anonymous best friend that was actually there for them. It was a pretty huge accomplishment for me, and I had my parents check in with me and make sure that I also took my schoolwork as seriously as I was supposed to, and that I didn't go crazy. All of it ended when I was exposed as the one who ran the blog during high school graduation, so I shut it all down. I was going to college anyway, so there was no need. I ended up not going to college, right, and doing 2 years of traveling instead. At that time, I found a friend who was a fellow traveler, and after some time, we started to date. I really liked him and I really liked how it felt. We were together for a year and traveled together so much in that time, but in the blink of an eye, it was all over, and I had to go back home, and so did he. We didn't want to keep in touch, but kept each other's numbers just in case. I started college at 20 and it was hours away from home. Having left my parents and being freshly heartbroken, I was too much of a wimp to actually enjoy any of the school activities, and I only went straight to bed after classes. My only friend was conveniently my roommate, and she was kind enough to invite me out a lot. Each time I declined, but it didn't stop her. She was fine with always asking me to come along with her. I finally agreed to go on a night out with her on her birthday to the house party of a stranger that neither of us knew. But I soon got tired of the noise and found myself a spot outside with a large bowl of popcorn and a drink. I remember distinctly what I was eating because this random drunk kid came over and dug his hand in the bowl and started eating. It was a pretty big bowl, so I was fine with sharing, but what irked me was the fact that he reeked of alcohol. I decided not to speak to him, but he started to rant about how much he disliked homosexuals and how they would all go to heck. I know what you're gonna think. How was I not enraged? Well, I was, but I was also intrigued because it all sounded so forced, as if he was trying so hard to impress someone. It was just us two there, so maybe he was trying to impress me. But it was stupid because although he didn't know it at the time, I have 4 gay parents, so any slander would be taken personally. The dude just seemed more hurt the more he spoke, and at a point, his voice broke and I turned him around to face me. Noting that there were tears in his eyes and that he looked very upset, I let him cry, and after he was done, I let him have my number and asked him to call me if he wanted to talk. I'll be honest, after bearing himself like that to a total stranger, I didn't expect a call from him at all. But the next day, I was sitting in a McDonald's wearing a new shirt. I'll call him Tim. Tim was just what I needed to be myself again. After almost 3 years of not giving anyone therapy or being helpful to anyone in the way I really liked to, along came a guy with more tears in his eyes than the Atlantic Ocean, and I liked it. I didn't just like the fact that he was vulnerable, I liked that I seemed to be the only person he was vulnerable with. It was like our special thing to meet every Wednesday and Friday at a different restaurant. He would suggest, and then we would sit down and talk. Playing therapist felt so natural with him, and on some rare occasions, I told him about some things bothering me too. My roommate used to joke that he liked me, but I didn't want to believe her. Plus, I'm a pretty straightforward person, and I don't know how to take hints. Tim's big secret was that he was bisexual. That was a problem in itself, because he came from an extremely conservative Catholic family that he claimed would shoot him dead if they ever found out. As a kid who grew up with a black mom and a white dad who were both gay and children of avid Christians, I could understand greatly his struggles, and I wanted to help him so badly. From the day after we met and for months after, Tim and I met with each other every week, and we talked about so many things. I developed the biggest crush on him, but he mostly told me about people, especially guys that he liked. I had to shelve all of my feelings and just be there for him as much as possible to sort of guide him through it as his friend. Once, while we were drinking together, he told me that he thought of me as an older sister because of how wise I was. I cried my eyes out that night, but I also came to terms with the fact that maybe I was just meant to be a good ally, and that's what I was focused on being for him. I was his wingman. I went to every Pride event, and I even let him practice makeup on my face once. He failed miserably. It was nice, but my crush on him was getting stronger, so I decided to distance myself from him. When you go from spending every day with someone to always being busy when they call, they're bound to notice, and he did. He came to my dorm room, and just as it happens in the movies, we had a brief argument where I blurted out that I liked him, and he said that he liked me too. It was a little too fairy tale-ish for me, but it was a sweet moment. We still didn't begin dating because it was nearly summer and we lived in different parts of town. All we spent the summer doing was talking on the phone, and by the time school was in session again, we just knew that we had to start dating. Tim was a good boyfriend when he wanted to be. He was fun and funny and kind and knew how to do a lot of things. I was constantly impressed by him. Another thing that made me really happy was the fact that he was openly an ally. He was still hidden in the closet, but he supported those who would come out, promising me that he would come out with his family when he was established enough to live independently on his own. But when Tim was mean, it was unreal. I didn't see this part of him during our friendship, but then again, he had never seen me naked or seen me be very vulnerable with him at the time. It was like our relationship was either really good or I was getting the silent treatment and wondering what the heck I did wrong. During spring break, I suggested going to see my parents, and he accepted the idea, even suggesting that we drove to his parents for a weekend before going to stay with mine for the week. His parents were sweet at first glance, very welcoming, and didn't have an ounce of racism radiating from them. They really were very Catholic though, and it was a little uncomfortable being irreligious and being among them. But they were nice about that too. They were nice about everything except being gay. The kind of slurs I heard about gay people in one day, I had never heard in my entire life. I tried to speak and be a little defensive, but I got shut down immediately. Later on after dinner, Tim and I got into a huge fight because of it, and I felt like absolute crap for the rest of the weekend and on the drive back to my parents' home. Tim knew that both of my parents were gay with their separate partners and that we all lived together in the same house, so he was very comfortable with it. What shocked me was the minute the car was parked, he was suddenly so sweet to me, making me look at him in awe of how quickly he could switch so easily. All 4 of my parents must have seen it because they spent time talking about how Tim and I shared the look of love. I enjoyed the positive attention I got from Tim until Tuesday when I caught a terrible case of the flu and fell really ill. All I did was sleep, eat chicken noodle soup, and watch romance movies that made me cry. Tim was barely in my room, so I assumed that he was doing fun activities with my parents. But when one of them came to check up on me, and I asked of him, they said he had gone to meet up with some old friends. He had never told me that he had friends in my town, but I let it slide because it didn't matter that much to me. We ended up staying for 2 weeks instead of 1, and a day before we had to leave, I went swimming with a bunch of old friends, and we met someone from high school that I rarely spoke to. We ended up speaking, and she snuck in a comment about how my friend was really cute. I wanted to correct her, but then she said something else that made me a little unsure and suspicious. So I waited until Tim had slept, and then opened up his phone to look through. The first thing I saw was Tinder. He had a Tinder account, and it was fully active. I went through it in the bathroom and counted a total of 7 girls and 1 guy that he'd hooked up with in just 2 weeks of me being sick in a completely new place. To say I was heartbroken was the understatement of the century, and I called my best friend and roommate back home crying to her. After 2 hours on the phone together, we decided that instead of breaking up with Tim immediately, we had to teach him a lesson. Tim knew that I trusted him, and so he was pretty free around me, which included leaving his devices with flimsy passwords that I knew he had access to. So I was able to log into his email on my own laptop and delete the evidence from his devices. Then I went about hatching my plan. At college, Tim was a big deal. He played soccer and was friends with kids of some of the most powerful and influential people. So he was basically scared of no one. But back home, I witnessed firsthand how he shook when his dad spoke, no matter how low the tone. On a Friday, Tim and I had just finished doing the deed and we were drinking some wine when I slipped something into his drink. Once he fell asleep, I invited my roommate and a few of our guy friends to come in, dressed as robbers with black masks, the whole shebang, and we basically directed a soft, adult entertainment movie. It was hard making him look like he was an active participant, but we did a good job at making Tim look like he was having a massive night with 4 other guys. Some of the shots looked like he took them himself even, blurry and all. Nothing really happened. There was no contact or even fully unclothed men, but if you looked at the pictures, you would never guess that. The next morning he woke up with a headache, and I pretended that I had one too. Slowly, our relationship phased out until we were barely even talking to each other, and I was very aware that he was serially cheating on me. Just before summer break, he broke up with me. I was okay though, happy even, because I had a plan. On the last week of summer break, before we were meant to resume for our senior year of college, I sent the compromising photos to Tim's father's email through his account that was logged into my phone. Tim didn't come back to college the next semester, and I heard that he transferred to a community college close to his house to finish his last year there. Did I feel bad for what I did? Absolutely. I cried for weeks, but I felt satisfied and proud of myself too, and that was what mattered the most to me. Ex-friend stole my boyfriend, so I stole her RV. Sometimes I wish it was possible to live this life alone, just get a farmhouse in a country somewhere, and just be, without having to see people. And you know that when you do see people, they're probably trespassing, and you get to shoot them. Humans with all the gifts of knowledge and consciousness of good and bad they've been given are still the most dumb, selfish, and backstabbing creatures ever created. We lie, cheat, and hurt people just to make ourselves feel momentarily better, and just rinse and repeat those same destructive habits day after day. The crazy paradox is that we do these bad things to the people we say we love. Our families, our friends, our best friends. I had a best friend once. We told each other everything, did things together, and shared almost everything. I loved her, and I thought she loved me too, until she proved just how much she loved me by stealing the one good thing I had in my life at the time, my boyfriend. Now that hurt me, and since I said we shared everything, I made her share a part of my pain. But let's start at the top. I moved to Texas a few years ago, just a few months after I finished college. It was a tough decision for me because I've lived in the city all my life. I only had to do this because I had to save money and, get away from people. I had a problem with the members of my family. They wanted me to work in my stepfather's firm. I couldn't. He was a maniacal, egotistical, narcissistic son of a birch. and I couldn't stay in his house any longer than I needed to. Everybody in my family, not even my mom, would agree to see from my perspective. To them, I was the stupid, reckless, and ungrateful stepdaughter that had decided to waste her life by pursuing a career in music. Also, my high school sweetheart and college boyfriend moved to Canada for work, so there wasn't anything left for me back home. I used all of my savings to rent an apartment, and I worked part-time at a McDonald's restaurant while I used the rest of my time writing songs. I wasn't the type of person that gets lonely or needs people, but after a few weeks in a new state, I discovered that it was because I had never been alone enough to know what loneliness meant. I tried calling my ex-boyfriend in Canada, but his line was disconnected. I couldn't call my half-brother or my stepfather. They're all a bunch of jerks. I wanted to call my mom, but I decided against it. My ego was more important to me than anything else. A few intense, lonely days later, I decided to sign up for a local gym a few blocks away from my house. It wasn't a decision I made for my health. I had a naturally fit body. I could never get fat no matter what I ate. I just had to leave my apartment to meet people. On my first day at the gym, I jogged on my treadmill as I watched other people do their exercises. It was mostly old folks and occasionally some young people, but I wasn't the type of person to walk up to someone just to say hi. I always tried to find common ground or it's a no-go. This wasn't the same for Lexi. She got on the treadmill next to mine, flashed me a smile, and then said hi. I smiled back and continued my exercises. She promptly introduced herself, then started to ramble on and on about the weather. I don't know if it was because I haven't had company in forever, but that was one of the best conversations about the weather I've ever had. Even after my routine on the treadmill, I stuck around to chat with Lexi. A few hours later, I checked my watch and discovered I was going to be late for work if I didn't leave immediately. So I bid Lexi goodbye and then left the gym. She didn't offer to give me her number, and because I didn't want to be too forward, I didn't ask. A few days later, I was finishing up my shift at work when Lexi walked in to grab a quick bite. She called out my name and waved to me like a high school girl seeing her boyfriend after a long summer holiday. It was insane. We spoke for a long while and then she waited till I finished up my shift. Then we walked together to the bus stop and finally exchanged numbers that day and decided to hang out the next day. We started to hang out almost every day after that. I learned that Lexi was a fairly successful artist. She paints and displays her works in some of the popular art museums in the country. There were some of her works that she didn't put up for sale though. Those were her best and favorite works, which she kept hidden in a special compartment in her trailer. It actually took a lot of coaxing and cajoling before she finally agreed to show me. She moves a lot because of this, so she lived in a trailer house so she wouldn't have to pay rent every time she moves. Lexi was the first person I was actually comfortable enough to play my music for, and she loved it. Or at least that's what she said. I also went to some of her art exhibitions whenever I had the day free. It was in one of those art exhibitions that I met Jamie. I was walking around the hall, looking at some of Lexi's abstract paintings, when Jamie walked up beside me. He stared quietly at the picture for a few seconds, then he leaned in closer and said, "That's definitely a boob." I was so surprised that I burst out laughing, making everyone in the hallway turn to me. He introduced himself as a final year art student. We spoke and exchanged jokes till the exhibit was over. Lexi had to stay back and meet with some important people of the art community, so Jamie and I went ahead. We strolled to the bus stop, talking about our lives and family. Funny how his family also didn't approve of him going to art school. That connection made us even closer, and by the time we had to go our separate ways, he asked me if I'd like to go out sometime. I quickly said yes, and we did. 3 days later, we went on that date, and it was amazing. The first person I called was Lexi. I went to her trailer house and I told her every single detail of the date. Lexi, who had never been serious with relationships, laughed at everything I said. She merely told me to bone him as soon as I could, before I started to see the reasons why the relationship wouldn't work. At first, I considered following her advice, but eventually I didn't. I was in a new city. It was time to open myself to new possibilities. Jamie and I went on a few more dates, and then we started to date exactly 2 months after we met in the art museum. I decided to introduce him to my best friend Lexi then, so we planned a weekend hangout. Jamie and Lexi hit it off immediately. They had so much to talk about since they were both into art. A few minutes into their discussion, they started to use art terms I didn't know, and I couldn't even follow the discussion anymore. It became really uncomfortable for me because I started to feel like the third wheel. What's worse, I stood up to go use the restroom, and they didn't even seem to notice. I had to forcefully change the subject so I could be part of the discussion once more. Eventually, Lexi had to leave because she was meeting up with an art contractor or something like that. But even when she was gone, the only topic Jamie talked about was Lexi and her talent and experience with art. I got really jealous, and when I got home, it was all I could think of for a while. Was I being petty because my boyfriend and best friend are getting along so well, or did I really have a reason to be at alert? I decided not to think about it and just see how it plays out. I expected that after a few days, things would go back to normal, and I would have my best friend and boyfriend back, individually. I was wrong. It only got worse. Whenever I hung out with Lexi, she would demand that I call Jamie to join us, and whenever I was with Jamie, even when we were being intimate, he would make really annoying remarks about how Lexi works on her brushstrokes or how much work she puts into her last painting. It didn't stop there. It got to the point where Lexi and Jamie exchanged numbers and started to text and call each other frequently. That was the last straw. I just couldn't take it anymore. I went into Lexi's trailer one weekend and yelled at her to stay away from my boyfriend. I might have overreacted there by calling her names like whoar, slut, and so on, but in my defense, I was so mad and I didn't know what else to do. All the while, during my yelling, Lexi just sat there and took it. I thought she was being mature, and I started to feel guilty and stupid for yelling. When I got home, I called her to tell her that I was sorry, but we needed to lay down some boundaries with my boyfriend. Lexi told me flatly to not bother because she didn't want to be friends with me anymore. I thought she was just mad, so I decided to give her some space. But a few days turned to a few weeks and then a few months. Then I decided to leave. Just leave her be. If she didn't want to be friends anymore, that was her choice. Soon enough, I started to notice that Jamie was behaving differently. He started to ignore my calls and texts. He would go days without reaching out to me. He wouldn't even show up for movie or date nights. At first, I thought it was because of his final year exams, so I tried to play the supportive girlfriend. But even after he graduated from art school, nothing really changed. It only got worse. I wouldn't see him for weeks on end, and after I get a hold of him, he'd give some half-hearted excuse about a network problem, or how he was on a weak social media cleanse. I started to get the message that he was slowly pulling away from the relationship, but I was still in denial at the time. So I went to his apartment to confront him about it. I kinda wish I stayed home because it is as they say, ignorance is bliss. I got to his apartment door and knocked. The hallway was silent, so I could hear what was going on inside the apartment. I didn't want to believe my ears when I heard soft moaning sounds coming from the living room. I tried to barge in, but the door was locked, so I continued to bang the door furiously till Jamie yelled, "Who the heck is it?" I yelled back at him to open the door, and when he did, I marched in, only to see a half-clothed Lexi on his couch. She didn't even have the decency to look remorseful. Instead, she told me how stupid I was for not figuring it out for so long. She stopped being friends with me because she wanted to make a move on Jamie, and she couldn't do that if she was still my friend. I turned to Jamie for an explanation, but I got none. Instead, he broke up with me on the spot and asked me to leave. I was devastated. Here were the only two people in the world that I actually opened myself up to, and they hurt me even more than everybody else combined. The walk back home was dreadful. As the tears poured freely from my eyes, all I could think of was why I deserved what I got. I couldn't come up with a simple reason. I took a week off of work and just laid in bed all day. After a while, I decided to stop feeling sorry for myself. My pain and sadness turned into anger, and I focused all of that anger on the people that hurt me, Lexi especially. Since she stole something of importance to me, I decided to return the favor and steal something of hers. My first instinct was to steal her special paintings. So a few weeks after the incident, I decided to use my free time to watch her movement. One day, when I'd mastered her schedule, I watched her from a distance as she got ready to leave for a meeting. When she left, I quickly rushed to the trailer, forced my way in. I found the paintings at the same spot as last time. Funny how she never changed her hiding spot after showing me the collection. I wanted to just steal the painting, but as I looked at the small collection, I decided that wasn't enough revenge. I wanted Lexi to feel the loss I felt, and taking a bunch of paintings just wouldn't cut it for me. So I decided right there to take her trailer house too. I had to hurry because, according to my calculations, she was going to be back within the next hour. I jumped out of the trailer, pulled away the blocks that kept the tires in place, then I jumped back into the car. I couldn't find the key, so I decided to hotwire the car. After a few sparks, the car started, and I drove it 30 minutes to the nearest cliff. I had to stop by my apartment to get some kerosene. So when I stopped at the slope cliff, I poured kerosene on the painting and the interior of the trailer. Then I put it in drive before lighting the paintings on fire. I had to give it a little push to make it move and fall over the cliff. The trailer crashed on the rocks below, and I watched as the fire quickly spread and consumed the whole trailer. After that, I dusted my hands, then went back home to prepare for work. A few days later, I was questioned by the police if I had anything to do with it. I promptly denied it, and since they didn't have any evidence tying me to the crime, they let me go. Anyways, Lexi moved a few weeks later, and I never saw her again. I'm impressed that the police would give up that easily considering the circumstances at hand here and how likely it would be that OP would be attached to possibly doing such a thing. But hey, if they get away with it, they get away with it. I'm not gonna say it was the right thing to do, that's for sure. I got my abusive dad arrested for fraud. We had the most turbulent childhood because my dad was unnecessarily mean and wicked to us. He is the most terrible narcissist I have ever seen. He expected the entire family to revolve around him. We had to always think of him and what he would think of, how he would feel. Growing up, my mom was a stay-at-home mom and my dad worked at an accounting firm. At first, my mom homeschooled my sister and me, but as soon as she fell ill, my dad enrolled us in regular school. I have so many memories of my dad yelling at my mom, yelling at me, shoving me, and threatening to hit me. I remember my sister's screams and how he pushed my mom to the wall one day and she hit her head on the wall and passed out. He called an ambulance and told them my mom was cooking and passed out. She was pregnant at the time and she lost the baby. My mom passed soon after and it was just my dad, my sister, and I. I thought things would get better, that my mom's death would make my dad sober up. And it did, but only for a while. He drank a lot and looked tired most of the time, but he soon started smiling again. At outsiders though, not at my sister and me. My dad was the down-to-earth guy outside the home. His coworkers adored him, the people at church loved him, and he got different awards at the end of every year. But at home, he was nothing short of a beast. He never even spoke to us if he wasn't barking orders at us. My sister and I were terrified of him. I managed to do well in school, but my sister wasn't quite as good. She consistently got bad grades and was always moody. Her teacher had a private meeting with me and asked if all was well at home. I told her we were fine. She asked if we spoke to a professional after our mom died, and I said no. She promised to convince our dads to let us speak to a professional. She did call him and they had a conversation, but our dad never let us go to therapy. I'm sure it was because he didn't want us, especially me, talking to a shrink about all that was happening and had happened at home. I knew I had to be strong for my sister, so I tried to be her therapist instead. I had gotten a couple of books from the school library on handling grief, so I tried to talk to her and help her and myself process our mom's death. My dad was barely ever with us. He was mostly at work and at church. Whenever he wasn't home with us, a lady from church came over to take care of us, and she left immediately after he returned home. Sometimes that was after she had ensured we'd had our baths and tucked us in bed. One day, my dad came home with chocolates and an announcement. "I've found you two a new mother," he said cheerily. It was the happiest I'd seen him. I had never seen him that happy. He gave us the chocolates and we went back to our rooms. When he dropped us off at school, the morning after he made the announcement, my sister asked if I think our new mom was going to be like Daddy. I told her I didn't know. I only wished she was going to be as sweet as Mom was. My sister barely had any memory of my mom since she was very young when my mom passed. Our stepmother was the sitter from church, and since we already knew and loved her, we accepted her with open arms. My dad got married to her in the small church we attended. She was a simple lady and worked at the daycare established by the church. When she moved in with us, she became just like a mother to us. She laundered our clothes, brushed my sister's teeth sometimes, and read her bedtime stories. She also helped with the craft-related parts of my homework and made sure we were well fed and happy. Not long after, she got pregnant and had my half-sister. My sister and I were happy, and so was my dad. The church loved my stepmother and especially loved my dad, so we got many gifts from groups in the church and individuals. My dad was around the house more. He spent more time with us, even though we didn't connect with him and he didn't try to connect with us too. He was also more loving and attentive, especially to us children. One thing was obvious though, my stepmother was not happy. She may have been happy about the birth of her child and happy to care for us as her stepchildren, but she certainly was not happy in her marriage. She and my dad never went out together to do fun stuff like other couples in the church. They went to church together, and that was it. He hardly ever was present at the table with us at dinner or breakfast. It was almost like he was deliberately trying to avoid his wife. It was after the birth of my half-sister that my dad resumed his abusive behavior. My stepmom drove to our school to pick us up and scratched the car. She kept telling me about the scratch, admitting that she was worried about what my dad's response would be. It reminded me of how my mom and I used to walk on eggshells whenever one of us had done something and we knew that my dad would never let us hear the end of it. I was genuinely surprised that she was scared. I had never seen my dad treat her badly, at least not like he treated my mom. I'd never seen him scream at her or threaten to harm her. That evening, my stepmother and I were cleaning the kitchen while my sister watched over our little half-sister. My dad suddenly appeared in the kitchen, startling me. "What happened to the car?" he asked my stepmother. She shot me a nervous look before looking up to smile at my dad. "Honey, it's a funny story," she started. "A funny story?" he yelled. "A funny story, huh? What is this funny story? How is it funny that you just ruined my car? If you contributed a penny to the purchase of that car, I'm sure you wouldn't refer to damaging it as a funny story." My stepmother's eyes glistened with tears. "It was an accident," she said, her voice breaking. He shook his head and walked out of the kitchen. My dad hardly ever joined us for dinner. Even when he was at home, he would rather eat in his study. That night, however, he joined us for dinner. As my stepmother poured the juice into my dad's glass from a jug, while holding my baby sister on her left hip, my sister reached down and knocked the glass over, causing the juice to spill all over the table and onto my dad's shorts. "Are you stupid? Are you out of your mind?" He stood abruptly to prevent more of the juice from pouring on him. "She knocked the glass down. It was a mistake." "Why does everyone keep making mistakes around here? Are you idiots? Jesus, I can't even sit through dinner without you trying to ruin my clothes." He kept ranting and screaming. My stepmother said nothing. She simply cleaned up the table and served my sister and me. My dad, seeing that no one was paying him attention, came back to the table and had his meal. We ate silently that night. "I hope Daddy never eats with us again," my sister whispered to me as we went up the stairs to our rooms. That incident was just the beginning of my dad's abuse towards us, the kids and my stepmother. He would yell, scream, bang on tables, on the wall, and the car's steering, and call us the most derogatory names. He told my stepmother numerous times that she was nothing without him. He would say that he rescued her from her boring old life and brought her into wealth. "You can't do anything right," he would say to all of us. He was a lot harder on me than he was on my sisters. "What a wuss," he would exclaim with an irritated look on his face. Years went by, and my dad's behavior didn't get any better. I began to come out of my shell more and talk to people in school. I made more friends and would get out of the house often, even without permission. I had to stop when I noticed my dad blamed my stepmother for my behavior. "You've spoiled these children," he would say to her. "They're so unruly because of your inability to properly raise a child. You fail at everything." My mom never talked back to my dad, and I wondered why. Perhaps she genuinely believed all that he had said to her. Maybe she believed he was doing her a favor like he'd told her too many times. He also told her many times that no man, in his right senses, would marry someone like her with no college education and no decent income. My stepmother became a shadow of herself. When she used to be our sitter, we had a lot of fun together. She sang to us, read to us, and used to crack jokes. She stopped doing those things. She was mostly quiet, unassuming, and tiptoed around the house. I returned from school one day and met my stepmother in the dining, sobbing, her face pressed to the table. "Mom," I called out. My sister and I had started calling her Mom by that time. "What's wrong?" She raised her face. I could tell from the redness of her eyes that she'd been crying for a long time. "He pushed me up against the wall," she said amidst her sobs. "Dad did that?" I was pissed and determined to end his autocratic rule that day. I remember grabbing a spatula from the kitchen and going to his room. "Why did you hit her?" I asked and walked up to him. I expected him to stand up to face me, but he looked on puzzled. "I did not hit her," he said in a low tone. "You pushed her up against the wall." "I did no such thing," he insisted. "That woman is a liar." I knew my dad could do it. He did that to my mom anyway, but I'll admit that for some seconds, I wondered why my stepmother would lie. My stepmother came in and stretched out her palms. I handed her the spatula, and she left with it. My dad was a deacon in our church, so my stepmother probably thought the best way to handle things was to tell the church. That night, we had 2 church elders in our living room. "I didn't hit her. I would never hit a woman. I've never hit a woman," my dad insisted. "Ever since she came into this house, we've been having problems. I don't even have a great relationship with my kids anymore," I heard my dad say. One of the elders said to my stepmother, "We've known him for years. Even when he was married to his late wife, they never had any issues." Surprisingly, my dad burst out crying. "I still can't believe she's gone." I was shocked, and I could only imagine how shocked my stepmother would look too. At the end of the sitting, the 2 elders blamed my stepmother and comforted my dad. She became the villain very fast. My sister and I planned to talk to my stepmother to see if we could convince her to leave or at least report to the police. She was reluctant to. "I don't know how I could do that. Your dad's very convincing. Everyone knows him as an upright man. No one will believe me." My stepmother had a point, but we pressed on. She refused to go to the police. What if they hurt him or put him in jail? Just as we were talking, my dad walked in. "Put who in jail?" he asked, fear and wrath written all over his face. As usual, my stepmother said nothing. "Put you in jail," I responded to his question. "We'll put you in jail if you ever..." Before I could complete my statement, my dad punched me in the face. I yelped in pain while my stepmother yelled his name, confronting him for the first time and holding him from hitting me again. "You will not hit him, I won't allow it," she said. He shook her hand off his body and left the house. My stepmother and sister got me an ice pack to put on the swelling and comforted me. I spent that night scheming on how best to get back at my father. I knew a guy in our neighborhood that was a fraudster and had just gotten out of what could have been a jail term because there was no sufficient evidence. I knew I would need his help, so I went over to his house some days later and told him that I had a proposition that could fetch us both a lot of money. My dad works in a financial institution, and I could help him get details that could help him get money from the company while putting my dad in trouble at the same time. On the day we were to carry out our plans, I skipped school and went over to my dad's study where he also sometimes worked. I took pictures of as many important documents as possible and took them over to my guy in my neighborhood. Nearly a month later, the police were invited and my dad got arrested for defrauding his company. I had never seen him so miserable, and it made me very happy to see him like that. He cried and cried about being innocent of the company's claim, but the company had traced the loose end to him, so he couldn't get out of it. Months later, he was sentenced to prison, but he and his attorney appealed. He was released after spending 3 full months in prison. While my dad was in jail, my stepmother managed to start her daycare and was making money. I hoped the money that she was making would help relieve him, but she didn't. My dad became a lot more meek and quiet when he returned from jail. Even when he had his outbursts, my stepmother was always too busy to care about his anger. That taint on his reputation affected him badly, and he sued his company for defamation and lost. These days, my stepmother's doing well financially and is the breadwinner. Brother took my dream girl, so I sabotaged his dream job. For the people with same-sex siblings, I think you'll resonate well with the story I'm about to tell. I have to warn you that you guys might tend to get all judgy or self-righteous about the whole story, but you have to know that everybody can get a little crazy when hurt, so don't blame me. When you have same-sex siblings, you'd know that, like the way you don't have all the same physical features, that the way you won't have the same personality. Some siblings will be brighter than others, some will have a bigger physical build, some will have a better sense of humor, and some will have the supernatural ability to pull in more affection and attraction from the opposite sex. My younger brother Mark falls in most of these categories and more. He was the total alpha male, tall, muscular, smooth, and chiseled face, a sexy smile, and the best lines. Naturally, every girl wanted a piece of him. But you should also note that these siblings in question tend to be huge, self-absorbed jerks that only care about themselves. And that's the case with my brother. He decided that of all the girls in the world that give him their unwavering attention, he decided to go for the girl I like. I wasn't gonna have that. So I also took something he wanted, but let me explain in detail. All through high school, I've always felt that I was living in the shadow of my brother. You can even put that literally because he was half a foot taller than me. I feel like this was supposed to be the other way around. The younger brother should look up to the elder brother. He should be encouraged and motivated by his exploits. But that wasn't the case with me. I was the introverted, short, and kinda skinny elder brother. I didn't even have a good sense of humor because, like I said, I was introverted. You need to actually practice to hone a skill like that. I was smarter though. That was all I got on him, but no one really cared about that. Mark went through 50% of the girls in high school when I couldn't even get one girlfriend. It was crazy and really demoralizing. I left high school a virgin. I thought college was going to be better. I was away from home and off to a fresh start. I expected that it would all get better here, and it was at first. During my first week in college, my roommate took me to a freshman party and we got drunk. I met a girl there and she was pretty drunk too. That would explain why she decided to pull me into the bathroom and, give me the best first time of my life. I never saw her again after that day, of course, and that first time became my only time during my freshman year. During my second year, I actually got a girlfriend. Her name was Maggie. She was in a different faculty, so we didn't see each other much, but all in all, it was a fun first relationship. We broke up during the summer holiday though. During my third year in college, my brother Mark had already graduated from high school, and of all the colleges in the world, he decided to come to mine. What the heck? I went to pick him up at the airport, and the first question I asked him on the drive back to my apartment was, why? I know my question to him could have sounded like, why did he decide to choose this lame college? Or why didn't he go for one of the other top-notch schools that offered him admission on scholarship? But I was actually asking in an unspoken manner, why does he want to continue to torture me with his existence? Why can't he just stay far away, for crying out loud? You could have your pick of continents, but you decided to come to my college. Why? Of course, I didn't say this out loud, so when he answered, he said something like, oh, I don't know, I just prefer this college, Plus, you're here, we could be close again. Dude, I came all the way out here to be far away from you. Anyways, I took him to his dormitory and went back to my apartment. The next day, I still don't know how or why this happened, but I went to a lake house party with a couple of friends, and one of them, a girl, turned around and said, who's that cute guy over there? I looked over, and yeah, it was Mark talking to a bunch of sorority girls. How on earth could this be happening all over again? He was already hanging out with more girls on his second day at school than I've hung out with in my entire 3 years in college. I wanted to just ignore him and drink till I forget that we're brothers. But a few minutes later, he spotted me and yelled my name out loud. Then he walked over and I had no choice but to introduce him to my friends. Keisha, the only girl in our group, was already playing with her hair and laughing so much at his jokes that I knew I was going to need a new female friend. The guys, on the other hand, started to ask stupid questions like, how was I the elder brother? He looked way more mature than I did. They made jokes out of the whole situation, and I smiled like it was nothing, but in truth, it really got to me. Eventually, I had to leave the party and turn in early. The next few weeks, Mark became hard to shake. He comes to my apartment unannounced and just hangs out with my friends all day. It got so bad that one time, we all decided to go on a trip to celebrate the end of our 3rd year. I spent weeks preparing for this trip, and on the D-Day, I was all packed up and ready to go, only to call my friends to inform them that the bus was ready to leave, and they should hurry it up. They told me that they couldn't go because they were all hungover. Turns out that they went to a wild party the day before with Mark, and it just conveniently skipped their mind to tell me about it. I ended up canceling the trip and just sulking in my apartment. They came over the next day to apologize, and I said it was fine, but I made sure to distance myself during the long summer holiday. If they preferred to hang out with my brother, well, they should. The 4th year was really lonely. I wasn't talking to the friends I'd made in the last 3 years, and I just sorta did it all by myself. Mark started to visit less and less. There were no friends for him to steal from anymore, so why bother, right? Anyways, I graduated from college and started my internship at a major tech company. It was a remote job, so I didn't need to leave my apartment though. Still, I decided to move from Pennsylvania to San Francisco, California, so I could be closer to work if I ever needed to come in. Also, I wanted to be away from Mark and just make my own path. It was the best decision I ever made. I had some money saved up from the part-time jobs I did in college, and I rented a nice apartment and did my job. I even had some free time to sign up for a gym. I started to make a greater commitment to my body. A few months into gymming, I met a girl named Ashley. The first day I set eyes on Ashley, I just knew she was the one. Dark skin, black hair, hazel eyes, dimples. I almost fell off my treadmill. Of course, I didn't go talk to her. I just couldn't. All I did was stare from afar as she did her workout routine. I tried talking myself into walking up to her and just saying hi, but it never happened. I just watched in agony as she finished her routine and picked up her duffel bag and left the gym. This happened a couple more times, and I just couldn't find the courage to walk up to her. I was that scared on rejection. I decided to give up since I wasn't making any headway. Just a few days later, I was walking out of my apartment to get some lunch when someone walked out of a corner and bumped into me. I was about to yell out some really profane words in the English language when I saw the person who bumped into me. It was Ashley. I looked at her wide-eyed and was speechless for close to a minute as she apologized profusely. Then she looked up at me and narrowed her eyes and then said, "Hey, I know you." Then after a few really embarrassing stutters, I finally told her that we went to the same gym. We talked for a minute and that's when we got properly introduced. I've never felt happier being bumped into. It was like destiny. I couldn't give up now. That same night, I summoned up the courage to walk up to her apartment door to borrow an iPhone charger. We talked for a minute and then she asked me what time I was going to go to the gym the next day. At that point, I'd already decided to register with another gym because I didn't want to deal with having to see her every day without being able to talk to her. But now there was no need for that. I told her that I'll leave by 7 and she asked if we should go together. I said, yeah, sure. And we started to hang out more often. She would come over and we'd watch movies, play some video games, or even just talk. In the following months, we became really close and life was good. It was all finally coming together until the day Mark decided to ruin it all by just showing up. By this time, I'd already finished my internship program and I was a full-time worker in the tech company. Mark had just graduated from college and he was finding his feet in the corporate world, and one day, out of the blue, he decided to get on a plane and fly to San Fran to visit his elder brother. Ashley and I were cooking dinner when we heard the knock on the door. I could not believe my eyes when I opened the door. Mark was standing there with 2 duffel bags and a wide smile. I instinctively stepped out and shut the door behind me and then asked him what he was doing there. He said he wanted to hang out with his older brother for a few weeks. I really didn't want him to come in and see Ashley so history wouldn't repeat itself, but then Ashley came out to see what was going on, and I didn't have a choice but to introduce her to Mark. Later that night, I told Mark that I was trying to ask her out and that he should give me pointers. I didn't want to tell him explicitly to stay away from her, but I felt like he should get the message. He said, yeah, sure, he was gonna help, and I thought that problem was over. But it turns out that it was just starting. A mere 2 weeks later, I had an in-person meeting to attend at work. I was supposed to be back in the evening, but the meeting was canceled. So I went back home, hoping to get some sleep and maybe play some video games. I walked into my apartment and called out to Mark, but he wasn't there. I looked around and then walked out the hall, wondering where he went, since he didn't tell me where he was going. I moved past Ashley's apartment and saw that it was open. That was strange. I walked in and what I saw in her living room broke my heart. Ashley and Mark's clothes were littered on the floor, and I could hear them in the bedroom. I was so mad at Mark that all I wanted to do was storm the bedroom and beat the crap out of him, but that wasn't going to happen. We'd never really been in a fist fight, but I was sure that if we did, I'd probably need crutches or something. So I went back to my apartment. Mark came back a few minutes later and was surprised to see me at home. I shrugged it off as I played some video games, pretending that nothing was wrong. Later that evening, he told me he was going back to Pennsylvania the next week. He'd applied for a job at a hedge fund company, and they'd finally decided to set up a meeting with him. He talked on and on about the company and how many times he'd tried to get in for an internship but was rejected. With the way he talked about the company, I knew it was something he really wanted, and that's when I decided to take it from him. He couldn't come all the way from Pennsylvania to California to cause me pain, and I wouldn't have my revenge. Not this time. I spoke to one of my friends in the gym about the situation, and he hooked me up with a guy that sells pot. I bought some and hid it in Mark's duffel bag. Then, the next day, I drove him to the airport and even hugged him, like everything was fine. He was able to go past the California airport security since pot was legal in Cali, but he called me like 6 hours later, telling me he'd been detained by the police in Pennsylvania for smuggling pot. He strongly accused me of setting him up, but I denied it. Even though we both knew I was lying, I didn't want to say anything incriminating over the phone because I was really paranoid, and I felt that the police might be listening in. Eventually, he was sentenced to 30 days in prison plus a $500 fine. He couldn't go for his job interview because he was in prison, so he missed that opportunity. I stopped hanging out with Ashley too. I knew it really wasn't her fault because I didn't tell her of my interest in her, but Mark's presence had really soured that relationship. Anyways, Mark got what he deserved, and I can actually move on now. It definitely gets to a point here where you wonder, is it intentional? Does Mark secretly just adore their brother and like being around them? Or do they just like using OP as pickings to pick off everything they have, and once they're done with that, go on their merry way? I'd like to get inside Mark's head and understand where they're actually coming from in all of these situations. I mean, considering that they were surprised that OP was back playing video games the one time they were hanging out with Ashley, probably is indicative that Mark had some secret plans that they weren't trying to let on about. That said, that's all the time we have for today. Now, if you want to hear some more crazy revenge stories, check out that video on the left. Or if you missed my latest video, check out that video on the right. That said, I'll see you all next time with some more stories.